about this and how could this get through the Senate, get 60 votes in the Senate to overcome a filibuster. The math isn't there. But what people are seeing is, how much can the Trump administration accomplish its goals of winding down the education department simply by the cuts, the laying people off, moving programs around. It would be a very politically risky and difficult vote for some sort of embattled or moderate or vulnerable Republicans to cut a whole department, especially given that it does affect families and students. It administers federal student loan aid, and so they'd have to at least have sort of a backup plan, moving those programs to the Treasury Department, for example. And would that be seamless, or would they get an earful when they're back home in their congressional districts that, something went awry?
An earful. There's been a lot of that lately, too. Kate, great to see you. Come back when we have more time. Bloomberg government senior reporter Kate Ackley with her finger on the pulse there of Congress and the lobbying scene here in Washington. Does anybody make money lobbying the Department of Education? It's not exactly the Department of Energy. We're going to turn our attention coming up here to NVIDIA, nearshoring, friendshoring. What are we calling it? Reshoring. The most important chip designer in the world is about to drop hundreds of billions of dollars here in the U.S. to make the chips at home. We'll talk to Mike Shepard coming up next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are advancing on signs the U.S. economy is holding up after this morning's housing report. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. But right now, the S&P 500 index is trading little changed, up just about 0.1%. The S&P higher by 5 at 5680. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 129, up by about 0.3%. NASDAQ higher by 8. That is a gain of just under 0.1%. 10-year currently yielding 4.22%, with a 2-year at 3.96%. Spot gold, $3,038 the ounce, down $9, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%. WTI 68.24 a barrel, and Bitcoin now down 1.2%, 84,337. The European Union is delaying its proposed 50% tariff on American whiskey until mid-April, aligning them with broader countermeasures against U.S. steel and aluminum duties. It is a small reprieve for companies like Louisville, Kentucky-based Brown-Forman, whose brands include Jack Daniels. Brown-Forman shares, they're up right now by just about 1%. And getting word that the FCC is starting the process to retire old copper line networks. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up by about 0.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Mann.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We're watching shares of NVIDIA. Well, that's just any old day, but for a whole other reason today with news. Originally coming out of the FT, interesting interview with Jensen Huang. Boy, he's been doing a lot of talking this week. Of course, it's the big AI Developers Conference taking place in San Jose. He had the big keynote the other night, and it's resulted in a series of headlines that have followed here. Most recently, this. We call this reshoring. I don't know exactly where. I have to go back to my glossary on this, but NVIDIA is now planning to spend hundreds of billions of dollars, a rounding error for this company, to procure U.S.-made chips and electronics, to make the stuff here. Now, you start thinking about the political implications of this, what's driving Jensen Huang to do it. Remember, he had a meeting with President Trump not all that long ago at the White House, and of course, a drive here to secure investment, specifically in technology. When we think about AI, crypto, this is something that has the president's attention, and it always has Mike Shepard's attention. As soon as I saw this story today, I thought, wow, well, let's see what NVIDIA is doing. By the way, it was lower pre-market, hasn't been a big mover. But the Washington side of this story is actually fascinating. That's why we turned to Bloomberg's senior editor for technology and strategic industries. Shep, as we call him in the newsroom, welcome back, sir. I can't get through a show without having to call you to come on. You have the most important beat in town at the moment. And, well, hundreds of billions of dollars is nothing to sneeze at when you think about the investment from Oracle, from OpenAI, now this. Is the White House actually driving this?
It's unclear whether the White House is driving this, but it is certainly music to President Donald Trump's ears. He has been calling for the U.S. to maintain its dominance in AI and related technologies, and really pushing for companies to do their business and investment here. Now, interesting thing about this, remember, NVIDIA does not actually make its own semiconductors. It designs them, and it has mainly TSMC make the AI semiconductors that we're seeing deployed by the companies that you just mentioned, OpenAI and others. Now, TSMC, about 2 weeks ago, announced, C.C. Wei with this big appearance at the White House alongside Trump, and said he was going to spend an additional $100 billion on factories here in the U.S. For both chip manufacturing and packaging, two key phases of the process. Now, TSMC, of course, is NVIDIA's primary customer. And so now, you know, when it comes to chip making, they rely on TSMC. TSMC builds these factories here. Whose chips are they going to make? So it is very logical that a lot of this production would be for NVIDIA. And with the amount that NVIDIA is selling and producing these days, with hard to satiate demand for AI chips and related products, you know, it's natural that you're going to see a figure like the one that Jensen Huang cited.
Would this essentially be an announcement in tandem with TSMC? Is NVIDIA subsidizing some of these foundries, or will it in fact start building some of its own?
No, it's really just getting TSMC to produce those chips here. But TSMC was already counting on NVIDIA to be a key customer and had said so on the day. And NVIDIA said on the day of that announcement that we are looking forward to working with TSMC, but we hadn't heard a number associated with it. Now, what's interesting about that is that it comes at a really key moment for NVIDIA. They're facing a lot of questions about whether the AI boom will keep up. Of course, DeepSeek, really rattled investors back in January, who started to question about whether there would be as much need for all those AI chips. Could AI be done on the cheap with far fewer accelerators and processors than have been needed before by the big hyperscalers? But Jensen Huang said this week several times, and even told investors as they released earnings at the end of last month, that look, this is a great breakthrough, but once you start to scale it and put it to function and actual use, you are going to need all of those chips and more. The demand will keep going, and they will continue to see business.
So does this enhance NVIDIA's capacity, or will it actually be taking business that's going on in Taiwan and bringing it here to the U.S.? Will it be in addition to or replacement of?
That's a good question. It's certainly one that authorities in Taiwan are wrestling with as they go through the approval.
They must be pretty nervous about this.
There is some discomfort about this. Seeing this big investment by a national champion here in the U.S. rather than back home did ruffle some feathers. But the way that some Taiwanese officials and certainly the ambassador to Taiwan, whom we spoke with yesterday for a print discussion, their view is that, look, this is accretive, not dilutive. This is something that will add to capabilities and resilience of supply chain.
You talked directly to the ambassador.
We talked directly to the ambassador, and we had a story out overnight on our discussion with him, and they really were trying to sell the upside of this. Look, it's a win-win for the self-governed island and for the U.S. in the trade relationship, and also for TSMC and NVIDIA, because it adds some resilience to the supply chain, which is a question, especially since COVID, but also as China has made rumblings about perhaps taking the island back by force. So it is all connected, and NVIDIA also has to be thinking about that as a potential risk too.
As we spend time with Michael Shepard here on this day that NVIDIA announces plans to spend hundreds of billions of dollars in manufacturing here in the U.S., hand in hand with TSMC. What is it about Jensen Huang that makes him different than all these other executives? You think that this were any other company, they'd be in the Roosevelt Room with the president today, standing behind a podium, uncomfortably. Maybe Jensen would have the leather jacket, maybe not, to announce this as almost a political event. The one time he came to visit, they met, and there was no public-facing element. They didn't meet with the press, right? There was no oval event. Why does Jensen end up being the elusive one?
That is a great question, Joe, and it's one I've been wrestling with too, and it's one that we've, our team here in D.C. has confronted, because
is he just special?
He's kept a low profile in Washington. He has tried to maintain a little bit of distance. Tyler Kendall, our colleague who you just spoke with, was one of the few who actually cornered him here in Washington to ask him about some of the export controls and other restrictions that the company could be having to grapple with more intensely already. But he does cultivate his own air. The black leather jackets, the presentation that he gave during the conference the other day was really a spectacle. It was a sight to behold, and he really went through the life story of artificial intelligence as we know it, where NVIDIA fits in, what its current status is, and where it intends to go, and his call for new markets and new areas and use case scenarios, robotics, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals. So he is also trying to make sure he doesn't get too sucked into one part of the political body here in Washington and maintains a bit of that independence is just the best way we can read that right now.
He seems very careful about the way he places him. Maybe it's the celebrity executive. Maybe Trump kind of gives him some space for being the celeb.
And they also have a big ask underway right now with the Trump administration, because in the last week before leaving office, President Joe Biden's team left the incoming administration with a task of deploying and implementing this new AI diffusion rule. And this is, we've talked about this before, this is a new rule of export restrictions that sets limits on how many AI chips individual countries can buy. If you're a close ally of the U.S., it's no limit. There's no velvet rope. You can just walk right in.
Yeah.
Most countries actually face some restrictions on the amount of computing power that they can buy, and that limits the amount of NVIDIA chips. They're really the only big player in this space when you get down to it. It limits how much they can sell to countries like the UAE, to Israel, and others, and those are big and perhaps growing markets for them. And especially as they face restrictions limiting how much they can sell to China, they really want to be able to expand into those other markets. So NVIDIA is really trying to get the Trump administration also to alter or somehow defang this rule in a way that would help them out.
Fascinating. You know, I wasn't planning to bring this to you today, but it just makes me think of some of the rhetoric we've heard from the White House also on defunding the CHIPS Act, turning that money around somewhere. That was something the president dropped. I think it was in the address to Congress, actually. Lawmakers have bristled at that idea. That is not likely to happen, right? What's the reality?
It's complex because actually repealing the CHIPS Act through Congress would be a really tall order.
Yep.
We sensed enough opposition, not only among
votes
Democrats, but certainly on the Republican side of the aisle as well. There were a lot of objections.
Yeah.
They liked the idea of this money flowing to their districts, and they really supported the theory of, look, we have to keep up with China, even though we may not like state-driven industrial policy, we have to keep up with China, which is pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into startups and chip making and artificial intelligence. But the president has a different view. He sees tariffs as a more effective tool to get companies to invest here, and he doesn't like the idea of these subsidies being handed out. And it will be interesting to see how the Commerce Department actually functions in terms of deploying the money that has been agreed to already for these companies. The commitments are there, but the checks haven't all gone out. And they have to meet certain requirements, and will those requirements and goalposts move?
Just in our remaining moment, do we have any way to measure whether tariffs or incentives are more effective in keeping companies here in the U.S.?
That's a great question. And I think, Joe, it'll be really hard to measure. The companies themselves are reluctant to say it is tariffs, but of course the White House has been eager to claim those decisions, from the Apple decision to spend as much as $500 billion over the next 4 years here in the U.S. to the TSMC investment that we've talked about. The White House certainly embraced that as fruit of the tariff threats that the president has made.
This amazing stuff. It's always a fascinating conversation with Mike Shepard. Thank you so much, Mike, as we watch NVIDIA now dump hundreds of billions here into the U.S. What could be next? We'll keep tabs on this on a very important week for the company, and a special that we want to point you to on Bloomberg TV at 4 p.m. Eastern Time as we dig into what we learned this week at the Developers Conference in San Jose. We'll assemble our panel next. There's a lot to talk about with Rick Davis and Aisha Mills with us from the left and the right here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Great to have you along. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A move lower for the U.S. stock market since our last update. Little change, but in the red on the S&P. The Dow holding on to an 85-point gain right now. We've got the Dow up by about 0.2%. The S&P just turning negative, down 2 points now, down less than 0.1%. Little change, perhaps the key takeaway there. NASDAQ lower now by 22 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop of just about 0.1%. We've got the 10-year currently yielding 4.22% with the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold down $12 the ounce, $3,035, down 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.5%, 68.20 on WTI. And Bitcoin right now down 1.7% below 84,000 at 83,894. In the airline industry, Southwest Airlines is eliminating 120 more jobs at 4 airports, extending a round of cutbacks that included the carrier's first ever involuntary layoffs. The positions, including airport ground workers and people who stock planes with food and beverages, are being eliminated at airports in Baltimore, Los Angeles, San Jose, and Burbank, California. Southwest shares up now by 0.1%. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks lower with the S&P 500 index down now by 4 points. Little change, down 0.1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, you're a vision of spring, Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much, and great to see all of you here on, the first day of spring, the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. Welcome to the program on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube. Get on YouTube and search Bloomberg Business News Live if you want to meet us here in the studio. We keep the live stream up all day. With now 67 degrees in the nation's capital, and yes, the smell of spring in the air. We're actually going to have cherry blossoms on the trees in a moment here, as the National Park Service announced late yesterday. This is the kind of news we live for in D.C. The blossoms have reached their third stage, extension of florets. We have an image of thousands of tourists teeming around the tidal basin in the National Mall right now. That will be next. What is not blooming today is the Department of Education, with the President of the United States surrounding himself by Republican governors in the East Room, making good on a promise that he made on the campaign trail to start dismantling the department. Linda McMahon, the wrestling executive, former SBA administrator, hired specifically to do this. Remember, Donald Trump said in the Oval, your job is to work yourself out of a job. And apparently it starts today with some wrinkles. There are some different lines coming out of the White House today about Pell Grants, about some student funding. I guess there will be a shell of a department left when they are done, because, of course, you need Congress to eliminate a federal agency. That's going to happen a few hours from now. They've got an event, like I mentioned, in the East Room, set for 4 p.m. Eastern Time, the Department of Education. Curious to hear what our panel thinks about this and a lot of other stories today in Washington. Rick Davis is back with us today. We missed him. Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital, back on the program alongside Democratic political strategist Aisha Mills, social impact advisor. Aisha, Rick, great to see you both. Always looking forward to the conversation here. Rick, we've talked about it a lot, the idea of undoing a federal agency, but the White House seems to be deliberate here. We're not going to kill the Department of Education, just make it a heck of a lot smaller. Is that going to succeed for Donald Trump?
Yeah, look, I mean, a lot of this stuff is just in his control, his purview. He can do it unilaterally, uses these executive orders more to frame the debate than to actually execute it. And look, I can understand the reticence. I'm sure they're hearing from Capitol Hill, especially the House members who have tough re-elections. Don't make me vote to try and, get rid of the Department of Education. It's
Looks like we froze up there with Rick, but we'll reconnect. Aisha, the line from the press secretary today, Caroline Leavitt, the Department of Education will be much smaller than it is today. She went on to say when it comes to student loans and Pell Grants, those will still be run out of the Department of Education. But we don't need to be spending more than $3 trillion, she said, in the course of a few decades on a department that is clearly failing in its intention to educate our students. So they're not doing away with the Department of Education, are they?
Well, they can't do away with the Department of Education because it's illegal, just like most of what Donald Trump and Doge and Elon Musk, who no one elected, who hasn't been formally confirmed by Congress to be appointed to be involved in any of this management consulting that he's doing for the federal government. It's all illegal. And it is also all unnecessary. So I think the real conversation that we need to step back and have here is, why would we let a wrestling executive dismantle our entire education system when we have dropped around the globe in terms of global competitiveness of our academics, of our intellect, of our education, of our people, of our workers? We are failing in the world. The Department of Education is consequential to our global competitiveness and preparing our workforce to be able to lead really in the global economy. And so you have to ask yourself, why is this on the chopping block? There has been absolutely no conversation-proof evidence of waste, fraud, or abuse, except for, the fraud that they're perpetuating. And there is a bevy, over 30 years, lots of outcomes that show how consequential the Department of Education actually is to American society. So let me give you one specific example. There's something called the Mississippi Miracle that happened where test scores reading all turned around in the state of Mississippi, which is always at the bottom of the list of performance in education and outcomes for the United States. And because of the Federal Department of Education support and training of teachers and supporting them and adapting new curriculum and offering the funding and resources that were required to really invest in those schools, we saw a complete and total 180 there. It's called and known in education lore as the Mississippi Miracle, that happened with children being able to have much higher literacy scores than ever before because the federal government existed in a way that was designed to support academic outcomes and to nurture and encourage them. The last thing I'll say about this in terms of, the public, we should be asking why. Why are we attacking the Department of Education? The Department of Education was actually created, frankly, to fill the gaps where states refuse to actually integrate the schools and make sure that all kids had the same opportunities and the same outcomes. And the federal government had to step in and hold them accountable to doing that. So what Trump is trying to do is to essentially remove all accountability for making sure that states are doing what they say they're supposed to do.
All right, Rick, I'm sorry you got cut off there or frozen up. I'm curious why, to come off of what Aisha just said, she just made a very strong case here. It's not just Donald Trump who walked in the room with this idea. There's been a Republican move to eliminate or scale back the Department of Education for a lot of years. What's behind it?
Yeah, look, I think there's a Republican orthodoxy that says, the best way to manage education is with governance closest to the children who are in schools. And that's a very hard argument to try and debate. The idea that some bureaucrats in Washington are going to want to know better how to teach your children than the people who are in the Board of Education, the local councils, the governor. It's just not an argument that holds up. There are arguments about how we fund education, and just as a reminder, mostly through our property taxes at a local level. And so obviously, good example, Mississippi, lower property taxes, lower amounts of money going into education. So there is a decent debate that says we ought to try and rationalize how we pay for education. But I don't think anybody disagrees that an education governance closest to the students is the best way to go. And so, this has always been the idea around Republican views on the Department of Education is they meddle as much as they help. And the one caveat to that are, of course, student loans. And that's why Pell Grants and student loan grants have been segmented out of this debate to remain in whatever's left of the Department of Education. I would say, too, Linda McMahon served as a secretary of the Small Business Administration admirably before she has government experience. She didn't come right out of a wrestling pit to become the head of Commerce Department or the head of Education Department. And so, I think that she is able to do the job. It's just, it's what exactly the voters voted for. Donald Trump talked about closing the Department of Education almost every stop along the way in his campaign to be elected president, and now they're going to get exactly what they voted for.
Aisha, it's not just what's happening today in the East Room, the Department of Education. We've got a series of stories that we're tracking here with the Trump administration's relationship with higher education. Columbia University has a deadline today to respond to the administration's demands that it overhaul its culture or lose $400 million. UPenn pulling $175 million in funding over transgender athlete policies. What's the end game here?
Well, I think that we should look at the middle game here, the exact of what's happening in front of our faces. The hypocrisy here. Republicans can't make the argument out of one breath that, oh, the best thing for education is that the people who are closest to those students be the ones to provide the content and understand how to train them and develop them and create the culture that makes sense for those institutions and thereby those students and the outcomes of those institutions to be great and those kids to thrive. And then in the same breath, decide in a very fascist regime way that the government is going to come in and have oversight over the culture and completely take over what is supposed to be an institution of free thought, of freedom of speech, of intellectual curiosity and individual agency for young people to explore global concepts, history, understanding of the world, come up with their own narration around it. Now you got the federal government as the boogeyman claiming that they know best and that they're going to step in and that they're going to threaten and give ultimatums to colleges and universities, the top in the world, who have been putting out some of the most brilliant economists, thought leaders, social, advisors, et cetera, and of course, politicians, that now all of a sudden the government knows best. So you can't have it both ways. I think the hypocrisy and the talking out of both sides of the mouth is what we're seeing. And let's just be reminded again, the fine point I'll put on this and then I'll stop, is how dangerous it is to have a government. We saw this happen in Nazi Germany. When the government decides that it's going to go in and terrorize institutions of free thought because they don't like what they're saying or doing. And if you don't kowtow and abide by our philosophy, then we're going to attempt to shut you down. That is completely antithetical to democracy. It's not who we are as Americans. It's dangerous, and we need to stop it.
Well, I do want to be careful with comparisons to Nazi Germany, but Rick, your reaction to pulling funding from higher education institutions. I mentioned UPenn, I mentioned Columbia. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars here.
Yeah, I think, look, there are a lot of different arguments to be made about this. These are federal taxpayer dollars. It's not a requirement that taxpayers fund Ivy League educations. I mean, there's some real head scratching going on to think that we have to defend some of the most expensive schools in the country with taxpayer dollars. And at the end of the day, it's politics tends to be a pendulum. A lot of these grants have been given to universities because they were willing to participate in social programming that was never put on a ballot, was never asked of the taxpayers to fund. It was just done by people who are doing their own social programming, right? And it's as much as done on the left as it's done on the right. And now the pendulum's swinging back. And the debate's a legitimate debate, but the real debate is, does the federal government have to fund these kinds of universities? Let them charge their students if they want to go and have these kinds of discussions. Let them charge the parents in the locales that they're located in order to get the funding to do these things. Because if they say pay tuition to do this, nobody will go to these universities. And so I think that all we're saying is a pendulum swinging. You can have all the hot rhetoric you want, but at the end of the day, this is the normal course of activity where sometimes we get over our skis on what we're funding as the federal government, and now we're going to pull back for a while, and we'll see how that goes.
Well, I'll tell you, it's going to be interesting to see this event in the East Room. I'm sorry, Aisha, I'm sorry, we're just out of time here with the hour. We will bring both of our panelists back in our second hour here on Balance of Power. That event is scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Rick Davis, Aisha Mills, thank you. We will have much more time to hash this out here on the fastest show in politics. Interesting, as we mentioned, Donald Trump's going to be surrounding himself today in the East Room by Republican governors, and you do wonder if Democratic governors are going to put forth a concerted message to speak back to what's going on today in Washington. If it happens, of course, you'll learn about it here on Bloomberg. Mick Mulvaney's coming in next. We'll get an update from Tyler Kendall at the White House ahead of that signing today. Executive Action Thursday. Feels familiar, doesn't it? On day 60 of the Trump administration and the first day of spring. I hope you're doing something well outside today where it's warm. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll have much more ahead as we welcome our global television audience here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Dismantling the Department of Education, or just shrinking it. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, as President Trump today takes executive action aimed at shrinking the department that he promised to eliminate here, with or without Congress. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Julie Fine in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Julie, it's great to have you with us, our Texas bureau chief in the nation's capital. The president today surrounding himself with Republican governors in the East Room, including your governor of Texas.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, but Joe, you know, that is no surprise. He is going to surround himself with states that are doing things already that he'd like to see. For instance, I want to give you an example. In my home state of Texas, yesterday, the state Senate, they passed 10 commandments in schools. So that's well on their way. So he will be surrounded with people that want to do what he wants to do. The question, though, and you made a great point, Congress.
Yeah,
and
sure.
they're using the word dismantle. That's much different than get rid of it. Then
Exactly.
it's much more difficult when it comes to Congress.
Shrinking the size of the department, kind of changing the mission a bit, as we heard earlier today from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. We're going to get into this and a lot. We'll have a live report from the North Lawn of the White House, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, and we'll spend some time with Mick Mulvaney, no stranger to the Trump White House or this Republican effort to dismantle the Department of Ed.
We will, but let's start, of course, with a look at the markets. Let's toss this to Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Welcome on board, Julie Fine, and good day to you, Joe Matthew. We have got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both trading lower right now. A rebound in the U.S. stock market, losing steam on this Thursday. Traders sorting through the day's economic data, both on housing and jobless claims. Right to the numbers here, because we got the Dow holding on to a 30-point gain right now. Bottom line, little changed, up by just under 0.1%. The S&P lower by 11, down 0.2%, while NASDAQ down 59, drop there of just about 0.3%. Your 10-year at 4.23%. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold down $9 the ounce, $3,038, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.7%, $68.28 a barrel. And Bitcoin right now down 1.9%. Bitcoin slumping to 83,733. European Union delaying its proposed 50% tariff on American whiskey until mid-April, aligning them with broader countermeasures against U.S. steel and aluminum duties. It is a small reprieve for the companies, for companies like Louisville-based Brown-Forman, whose brands include Jack Daniels. Brown-Forman right now trading up. We've got Brown-Forman up by about 0.6%. Apple shaking up its AI executive ranks in a bid to turn around Siri. Apple down 0.8%. And a consortium involving STG Partners co-founder Bill Chisholm reaching a deal to buy the Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. That is the biggest NBA deal ever. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Julie Fine.
Well, thanks, Charlie. And again, Joe, you talked about it earlier, a very busy day at the White House. We love these 4 o'clock events. You know, it makes everything so much easier for us later in the day, but we have another one coming up today when
right.
it does come to the education decision or discussion.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an executive action. This isn't exactly binding when it comes to eliminating a federal agency, but can be very powerful when it comes to shrinking one down here. And we did hear from Caroline Leavitt earlier today, putting a finer point on what exactly this department will be once they're done. Remembering on the campaign trail, Donald Trump, candidate Trump, promised to eliminate the department, and even in the Oval Office said that Linda McMahon's job was to work herself out of a job.
It was a job to become unemployed.
That's right, and she'll be holding forth in the East Room today as well. But there's a different wrinkle in the conversation today than we've been having. That's where we start with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, live at the White House. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, you said it. 4 p.m. Eastern, that is when we are expecting, according to our Bloomberg News reporting, that President Trump will sign this executive order, essentially ordering federal officials to dismantle the Department of Education. Importantly, though, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was here right behind me on the White House North Lawn last hour, and she said that the department's not going to be abolished, but she did say it's going to look quite different.
The Department of Education will be much smaller than it is today. As you know, the president's executive order directed Linda McMahon to greatly minimize the agency. So when it comes to student loans and Pell Grants, those will still be run out of the Department of Education. But we don't need to be spending more than $3 trillion over the course of a few decades on a department that's clearly failing in its initial intention to educate our students.
Tyler, did she seem to have a sense that there could be some questions and some issues ahead from Congress? Did she discuss that?
Yeah, sorry, Julie. we are having a slight issue there with the sound, but as you heard Caroline Levitt there, answering some key questions that the department's not going to be fully abolished, but rather they are looking to slim this down. Now, you asked about Congress. It does appear at this moment there's no real appetite for Congress to do this. If we just, for the sake of example, say that this is something that Congress would want to tackle, it would need at least 60 senators in order to get on board there. There's 53 Republicans in the Senate. You need 7 more. That seems rather unrealistic. But she did answer a key question, which is what is going to be the future when it comes to funding and the education department. She said that in this slimmed down version, Pell Grants, for example, would still be there. There were big questions about how this would impact federal student loans, federal assistance that go to students with disabilities, for example. And just to put a finer point on it, I wanted to add that even with this executive order, we really have already seen this White House take that unilateral action when it comes to slashing the department already. For example, last week, cutting about half of the federal workers that are already there and canceling some of the releases in regional offices across the country.
Tyler, thanks so much for being with us. Mick Mulvaney, former congressman, you will now join us to talk with us a little bit about
this. Getting rid of the Department of Education?
Yeah, just getting rid of it.
I'm in. Count me in. Where do you want to start?
But yeah, as a former congressman, can we count you in? I mean, in terms of Congress, do you think it'll be an easy road? Do you think they'll say, okay, it's just a dismantling? What do they do?
No, they'll never get rid of it because it's statutory and they'll never change the law. So what you're seeing the administration try to do is do as much as they possibly can within the current executive authority. That parallel I draw, Julie, is back in, I think it was 2018 when I was running the CFPB, we did a deep dive on what authority I had as a director and what authority the president had. And we were pretty sure we didn't have the authority to shut the place down and cease to be, okay? But we were pretty sure the president had the right to tell people to go home, had to pay them, okay? And the thing had to continue to exist, but we could not sort of get rid of it entirely. And that's what you're seeing, I think, in the Department of Education, which is a dramatically stripped down version because they can't get rid of it entirely because it's in statute and the statute's not going to change.
So Linda McMahon, I guess, will still have a job. But
technically,
this is done technically, maybe not coming to spend a lot of time at work. Thanks for coming back,
Hey,
Nick.
it's good to see you.
Of course, your history as
Kaylee looks
acting
different.
chief of staff, Kaylee does look different
looks a little
today. I can play both roles the best I can. OMB, all of your whole resume kind of ties into your view on this when it comes to the idea of executive authority and what might be left. The fact is, though, the narrative changed a little bit. It went from shutting it down to Pell Grants and other student loans actually having a home at the Department of Education instead of saying putting them under Treasury. This is a smart development, in your view?
Listen, I think they're trying to get their feet under them. I know what they'd like to do, which is just blow the place up and be done with it and not spend any money at all.
They tried that with USAID.
Exactly, but I think they're just trying to figure out, okay, we can do something, we can't do everything we want to. What's that happy medium? And listen, I think on the hierarchy of things that conservatives object to about the Department of Education, the fact they're a pass-through for funding to the states is probably really, really low. Every one of these members of the House and the Senate obviously are from a state, and the state probably its first or second largest line item in its budget after Medicaid is going to be K-12 education or higher education. So they want the money, right? They just don't want the federal interference. So I think they're trying to figure out a way to accomplish that within the confines of the current law.
What's the time frame on this? Like, does it need to be done quickly with the new president coming in such a short period of time saying, we need to do this, I want to do this? I mean, you've seen it. You've seen how quickly everything is happening.
Yeah, well, it doesn't need to be done at all. I think what you're trying to see is this, I think, is the private sector CEO influence in the White House right now, which I include Donald Trump in that, but you also got Witkoff and Bessent and Elon Musk, which is if you're going to do the unpopular stuff, if you're going to do the hard stuff, if you come into you're a new CEO in an operation, you got to do a turnaround, do the hard stuff first, okay? And I think that's what you're seeing.
We had a pretty robust debate before you joined the program.
Oh, I heard Nazi Germany come up when I was in the men's room.
Well, I did too. So let's talk about higher education. And I wonder your thoughts about what's happening at Columbia University, $400 million on the line.
Yeah.
UPenn sees $75 million go poof over transgender athlete policies.
Sure.
The same question I asked then is, what's the end game here? What is the vision that the White House thinks it's about to realize?
If I had to guess, and it'd be an educated guess, it's just to get the federal government out of subsidizing these institutions. The caller, and I don't know who it was, literally, I was in the men's room listening to this because you guys have a radio system that works like that, right?
Well, that's true.
I'm sure
you
you're
can't
not
hide
supposed,
from.
you cannot hide from
program.
Bloomberg in this building. That's right.
It was our political panel. Aisha Mills was weighing in along with Rick
she's like,
Davis
they're
when
trying.
you were-
They're
Yes.
trying to shut down the people that they disagree with them philosophically. Like, no, we're not. We're just trying to stop subsidizing it. These folks, these institutions, and I'm the alma mater. I mean, some of them are my alma maters. I mean, Harvard, North Carolina,
Yeah,
Georgetown. Right. They're not entitled to taxpayer money. I mean, why do we think that they are? They're private institutions. So, yeah, Democrat administrations come in, maybe they throw some money that way, but Republicans come in, maybe they take them away. I don't know why that is so revolutionary.
And this is something, at this point, should universities and colleges even be that surprised about?
No, they shouldn't. And listen, I haven't seen the balance sheet on Penn anytime soon, but my guess is they can get by without the $140 million. Would they like to have it? Yeah, they would. I think they're probably more concerned, by the way, about the tax proposals on taxing their endowments than they are on these individual contracts and so forth. I think it's one of the reasons you saw Harvard dramatically expand their financial services, their financial support for students this week, so that they build up a constituency of people who can call Congress and say, don't tax my endowment because my kids are getting the benefit at Harvard, or fill in the blank.
We haven't spent time with you in a while, so I want to ask you about a few other things happening here on what I
do the
believe is
lightning
day
round?
60 of the new administration. You might
You
think
sure-
it's
you
day
sure it hasn't been
600.
60 months? Yeah,
whatever.
okay, all right.
Listen, happy spring, by the way. Spring. There's a lot going on that the market is very upset about. You're market sensitive, and so I want your view on this round trip that we've had back to before the election, because everybody wants to know what the heck these tariffs are going to mean.
Yeah.
Which ones are real? Is this about raising revenue? Is it about getting concessions out of other countries to zero out our trade relationship? Look at the stock market, Mick. What the heck's going on here?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different answers to a bunch of different questions.
Yeah, I just threw a bunch at you.
Are they here to stay? It depends.
Right.
I think the ones defending American steel and aluminum probably here for a good bit. The ones targeting China probably here for a good bit. The other ones that are sort of leveraged for other issues, Mexico, for example, you'll hear those coming on and off for the next 4 years. Anytime Donald Trump gets an answer he doesn't like out of a foreign nation, it's going to be a discussion about tariffs. I think that if the markets were honest with itself and they want to speak candidly to Donald Trump, this is what they tell them. We get the China thing, okay? And even though we don't like the steel and aluminum thing, we get it. We understand that you ran on that. We get the Canada thing has got us freaked out because we don't know why you're doing it.
They used to talk to you about Canada.
Yeah,
What's this hang up with Canada?
No, Mexico I get. Mexico, you got a drug problem. You got an immigration problem. Canada, you don't have any of those things. So there's there's an irrationality there that has got people spooked. And when you line that up. Listen, if you just had a Panama Canal conversation by itself, or a Panama maybe with a Greenland conversation, you could sort of say, oh, it's posturing, it's all this kind of stuff. But then when you add real tariffs on Canada, which hurts us dramatically, by the way, Australia would be another one of these, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I think that's what got the market spooked more than anything else.
Meg, I wonder if you look at CEOs, Donald Trump has so much support from the business community. Until their bottom line is really affected, how long does he have to do this? And I constantly hear about the uncertainty and how it's affecting business. How long does he have to do this before some CEOs turn around and say, this is a real problem for my bottom line?
I always cringed a little bit when market leaders, when CEOs, Fortune 100, 500 guys would come to the Oval Office and say, we need more certainty. And I'm like, really? That's what your business is all about, certainty? I didn't realize that was what, made you go into business, that you wanted certainty. It's an uncertain world that we live in. But I think the answer to your question on how long they'll wait is the next earnings report. So, and when it starts to see them hit the bottom line, I think the airlines are already starting to feel it. We saw that in the last couple of days.
Yeah, we've heard from retailers as well.
Retailers,
at least in terms of the scare. Let's see what the results
now,
really
the good news is that the lines of communication are really good. And I think that, look, everybody wants to keep the president happy. That is a statement that applies across the board, across the centuries, and across parties, right? Business leaders want to be on good terms with the President of the United States. You don't ever want to be in the crosshairs. Yeah. So it doesn't surprise me they've said nice things about Trump for the last 60 days or since the election and so forth. But I think they'll have to start being candid if these policies start hitting their bottom lines.
Did you buy shares of Tesla this morning?
You know, well, first of all, number one, I don't take my investment advice
From
off
the Commerce
from
Secretary.
the Commerce
Who else
Secretary.
would know more?
Well, I just wondered how did Lutnick's lawyers feel about
Well,
that?
did the former chief of staff and you just like was that
No,
a
the
face
former-
plant? Like, what are the compliance papers going to say?
No, the former lawyer in me is thinking, should I buy Tesla? Because if Tesla goes down, I can sue the Commerce Secretary.
What's going on here with that, though? They were selling Teslas on the driveway the other day, and now the Commerce Secretary put a buy rating on the stock.
Yeah, I think the Lutnick thing is probably just a lack of discipline, and I think he probably walked off stage and his staff went, Mr. Secretary's like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But I get the message. Even so.
Yeah, what's the later conversation right after that?
Exactly what I
It's
just
got to
said.
be ugly.
Yeah, ugly is not. It's respectfully sort of clarifying. So listen, it's not as bad as the comment I don't think that Tim Walz said yesterday about rooting for Tesla stock to go down when the pension fund in his state
I wanted to put those
a
two
couple
pieces
million
sound
shares.
together.
Yeah, a couple
I
million
didn't know
shares.
about with this dental floss. He said you take the logo off with the dental floss of the Tesla, but that's so. You used to talk to the president of the United States about the markets, surely.
Yeah.
Is it true that he's a different man now, that he's not actually kind of doesn't care like he says? Is he watching secretly, wondering when Wall Street's gonna get in line, or does he see across the valley and say, you know what, no pain, no gain, in a year, this thing's gonna be at a new high?
So let me give you something that's out of fashion in Washington, D.C.,
Okay.
which is a nuanced answer.
You're gonna
to that
say, I don't
question.
know.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to say that it's a combination of things, which is that he is a second-term president, and second-term presidents are always different than first terms because you're not worrying about running re-election, despite what Steve Bannon said on News Nation the other night, which makes no sense at all. So yes, you're going to be relieved a little bit of the political pressure of having to run for office. At the same time, you'd really like your party to remain in power in the House, so you still watch it a little bit. But when anybody from the White House comes out from either party and says, we don't watch the markets, on a day the market goes down 1,000 points, what that means is they're absolutely watching the markets.
Very good.
And then when you see also, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later too, and you're seeing what's happening when you talk about the midterms in some of these town halls.
Yeah.
And, what is your reaction for these Republicans that do actually go out there, though, and they listen to it? And now you're seeing it on the Democratic side as well.
And they should go out. I can't remember when the word came down to some of the Republican members that maybe you cancel your town hall meetings. I had really sort of dramatic flashbacks from 2009 when I was running for Congress against the then sitting budget chairman.
Obamacare summer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Democrat leadership told the Democrats the same thing. And one of the reasons I'm sitting here today is because the Democrats were afraid to do town halls. Okay. I think it's terrible advice. Go out, take your lumps. Yes, we know that there's Democrat activists in the crowd. Everybody knows it, okay? Go out. If you're in a purple district, you have to do it anyway. If you're in a red district, what difference does it make? Go out and take the lumps. So, yeah, there's a really bad precedent that we should be following, which is if you stay home, you run the risk of getting your teeth kicked in November.
Looks like that's exactly what they're doing, is ducking and covering. Although I saw Mike Flood, a couple of these members are still going out there. Do you do a teletown hall?
God bless them. Yeah, by the way, that's a great question, and it is a great compromise because that takes the performance theater out of it.
Interesting.
I talked to Don Bacon from Nebraska, and he said, I'm doing all teletown halls meeting. Number one, I can talk to more people that way. It's easier for people to get to me because they can do it from their house. And I take away the showmanship. I don't have to deal with the people who are there to sort of put on a show for their own left-leaning social media page, and that's smart.
No local news cameras to manage.
Well,
Nick, it's great to
local
see
news
you.
can still follow it. And
Well,
they
that's
can
right.
Still get the
So you can
information.
still make news,
Exactly.
but you don't maybe have the grandstanding to your point. Mick Mulvaney with us in studio. It's always a great pleasure. Former acting White House Chief of Staff, of course. Former OMB Director, co-founder of the Freedom Caucus. Gentleman and a scholar. Great to see you.
It's always good to be here.
Don't be a stranger. With Julie Fine, I'm Joe
Julie, it's
Matthew.
nice to
Glad
see
that
you.
you're with us here on the fastest show in politics. This is Balance of Power. We'll have a lot more straight ahead as we assemble our panel next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word from NVIDIA that it will be opening a quantum research lab in Boston. That word from NVIDIA's CEO speaking at a company event in San Jose, California. NVIDIA shares up now by 0.7%. A fresh bout of volatility gripping the stock market right now as the uncertainties around the potential impacts of a trade war outweigh the latest housing and jobs data. S&P right now lower by 7, given up earlier gains, down by 0.1%. The Dow holding on to a gain of just under 0.1%. The Dow up 37, up by about 0.1%. Nasdaq, meanwhile, down 49, a decline there of 0.3%. 10-year 4.24%, with the 2-year right now 3.96%. Spot gold down $9 the ounce to $3,038, down by about 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, $68.34 a barrel, and Bitcoin now lower by 1.7%, $83,908. Sodexo shares are plunging the most in almost 7 years, down 17% for its U.S.-traded shares after the French food services company lowered its revenue guidance, citing slower growth than its American university business. Sodexo again lower by 17.1%. Again, repeating a headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, NVIDIA says it will be opening a quantum research lab in Boston. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew, and today, Julie Fine.
And we, Joe, once again have courts right in the forefront, this time involving a flight to Venezuela with alleged Venezuelan gang members.
Well, that's true. Thanks for being with us on Balance of Power, the Thursday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. And for Kaylee today is Julie Fine. As Julie just mentioned, we're watching courts here just as much as we're watching the White House, and certainly more than Congress this week, with some pushback on a number of policies. Julie, you can pick your policy. In this case, you've isolated this case with immigration and a plane full of suspected, we haven't seen evidence of their involvement in Venezuelan gangs, but suspected Venezuelan gang members. Remembering there was an order to turn the plane around.
Right.
White House didn't turn it around. The judge has been coming back on a daily basis to ask for more information and has extended that deadline once again to today.
And I think this is also another example of what we're seeing with the courts in general, just how far the White House will push them.
Sure, that's right. And a question of whether they're filling the place of Congress as a check and balance on the executive. It's where we start with our political panel. Rick Davis is here, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, and partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Aisha Mills, Democratic strategist, social impact advisor, our panel on the Thursday edition. Rick, you've been watching the courts just like we have, and we've talked about this case with the plane filled with Venezuelan detainees. There's an ask for more information today that the White House can prove somehow that it did not violate the court order to turn the plane around. I'm not going to turn to you as a legal analyst here, of course, but a political one. Is this still good politics for the White House to be pushing on this?
You know, look, they are doing exactly what you guys were talking about. Julie's right. The courts do allow for a check and a balance on the executive branch and also on Congress. So they're playing the right role that the Constitution envisioned they play. They're asking the hard questions. You know, when they put the injunction in on having these flights take off, they're asking the question, where were the flights when we did it? You know, were they out of U.S. airspace? And, you know, it's one of these things where the executive branch, whether they knowingly did it or not, they got to now come and report. And my suspicion is, based on what we've seen of this administration, they're going to try and get out of putting down any kind of material to the court that is going to be disruptive to their plan to continue these deportations, which means they may not adhere to the judge's request. The second piece of this is the judge has taken up the question as to whether the Alien Enemies Act even should be applied in this instance. And so it's not just who, what, and where did these flights take place and when, but it's whether or not we should be having an application of the Alien Enemies Act to do these deportations writ large. So this is a very big deal, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, whether the White House and Justice Department decide to stiff this judge.
Rick, I'm wondering if, with everything going on with the courts right now, how far does this go? I mean, we hear about judges allegedly being intimidated. You've got the Supreme Court justice now saying that they're making a statement regarding impeachment. So how far do you think this judge will go? And do you think this plays into their minds when they're making these types of decisions?
Yeah, as you said, it's not allegedly intimidating. When the president of the United States says this guy ought to be impeached, that's intimidation. There's maybe a dictionary definition of that, and it would be what has already happened. And we do know that the MAGA crowd, these are individuals who believe strongly and inherently in Donald Trump and his right to do whatever he wants to do. They've already descended upon these judges in the past. We can anticipate that happening again. So though there is a political intimidation factor in the judiciary that we've read about and seen in the past, and that's likely to happen in this instance also. So, and by the way, how can it not work? An individual has to be incredibly courageous to want to serve as a judge to begin with, because you're only dealing with the worst aspects of society. But when the political system turns against you and threats are made, I think that we had a long conversation about this during the campaign, about how political violence, is something that everyone, regardless of party, should be saying does not belong in the United States. And I think that's going to happen in this case too.
Rick, lawyers representing 5 Venezuelan nationals here who were involved say that the government has still offered zero proof that all of these individuals were gang members. At what point does that need to happen?
Look, I mean, now you're getting into like Rick Davis talking like a lawyer, and that's really, really dangerous. So I know that.
Well, let's keep it in the political lane, though, Rick. At some point, we're going to see stories potentially of young men who were scooped up in this thing who didn't belong on that airplane. That's the risk we're talking about.
Look, the administration's been pretty clear. Fundamentally, their attitude is if they've come into the country without proper documentation, they've already violated the law. Now, these are misdemeanors. They're not like, being a violent gang member. But it does trigger a law enforcement action that can occur. And so at the end of the day, I can imagine that this administration will always fall back on the notion that they're in the country illegally, and, we can deport them and we can use the laws that are available to us to do that, regardless of whether or not we also believe them to be criminals.
Do you think there's a point too, Rick, also where people have trouble getting representation? Same thing, concern about what's going to happen, what happens with your businesses. We've seen this with white shoe law firms.
Yeah, Julie, I think that one of the biggest underreported stories is what you're just now bringing up. There are major law firms all around America who are basically being stripped of their access to the federal government, whether it's, allowed to come in and talk to the agencies that they might have issues with, whether it's that they have security clearances and they're being revoked. And I think that this attack on the judiciary, both at the judicial level, but also with lawyers, I'm stunned that it doesn't get more attention, because it cuts under the one inherent thing that we all believe in, and regardless of who you are, you deserve representation, and you shouldn't be politically chastised because of it.
I want to bring Aisha Mills back into the conversation. Aisha, as we discuss this case involving Venezuelan detainees who were actually flown to El Salvador after a judge told the White House to turn the plane or planes around. We're still not entirely sure about that. Lawyers representing some of these Venezuelan nationals talk about chaos on the planes, detainees crying and frightened about where they were being sent, implying that not all of them were in fact gang members. And these lawyers say the government still has not offered any proof that they were. Is that part of the political equation here for this White House, or are the optics so strong for Donald Trump that it's promises made, promises kept?
Look, I think that there is absolutely a base that Trump is trying to appeal to. And the tough talking, bullying, lawlessness, we're just going to roughhouse. And, he said things that since day one, like, beat people down, he can shoot people in the street, he can do whatever he wants, that absolutely resonates with a minority of the population of the country. And I think maybe that's who they're playing to. But listen, here we are on balance of power. And, I want to talk about that sense of power because it's completely skewed and imbalanced right now in the way that this administration is operating. There is so much lawlessness, literally defying a court order and doing what you want to do and flying a plane where you want to fly it, that I think that we all should be really alarmed about. There is nobody who in this country who's above the law, not the president, not this administration. And to just buck the courts like that is completely, insane to me that this is happening and we're watching it and trying to have like a thoughtful conversation about it. But the reality is that this is also a major humanitarian issue. We are back with an administration that thinks that they should just be able to round up innocent people because they look a certain way, because their skin might be a certain color, because they may speak a certain language, because their parents may have been born in a certain place, and just grab them off the street, pull them out their houses, round them up, and then take them where? Exactly. It would be a different conversation, frankly, and I'd be interested to hear the actual real migrant imperative of some of this crazy John Wayne lawlessness, activity that's happening. If, we have an immigration crisis, I think we could all agree to that and have a real conversation about it. I would love to have seen some actual strategy around helping to move people who are here illegally, maybe out of the country, or helping them to get a legal path to citizenship, something that makes more sense than just rounding up innocent folks, throwing them on a plane and dropping them off in the country that they probably had never even been to before.
Aisha, I have to ask, though, you've got Republicans in the Senate, you've got Republicans in the House, and you have the president, and you don't see a lot of Republicans standing up to the president on this issue regarding migrants. So what is the recourse at this point?
Yeah, that's the thing that just gives me so much pause about where we are as a nation. Not only are they not standing up around this, they're not standing up around anything. I mean, the complete slash and burn of the federal government and literally dismantling of agencies and firing half of the government employees is affecting the red states the hardest. The folks who get funding for their research universities, the people who have lots of constituents that are employed, they should be pushing back against this president. And the question is, why aren't they? And, at the end of the day, all I can see, and I am not a Republican strategist, so certainly don't, buy what I'm saying because I'm not closest to these members of Congress. But it seems to me that so many of them are more concerned about their reelection and getting primaried by the MAGA right than they are our actual democracy and preserving what is right and true and just. We can always disagree, right? I'm a Democrat, we disagree with Republicans, but there has always been a longstanding tradition in this country of working through those disagreements, having vigorous debate, and then, coming to some ideas. The fact that they are not debating, that they don't see themselves as a check and balance, that they just want to give a blank check to Donald Trump and treat him like he is, in fact, a king and a monarch rather than just the president, and that they don't have any control. It's mind-boggling to me why they would cede their power in that way.
Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital and Bloomberg's politics contributor, and Aisha Mills, Democratic political strategist and social impact advisor. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll be right back with the fastest show in politics.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got a fresh bout of volatility gripping the U.S. stock market, with the Dow right now swinging between gains and losses, but the S&P lower by 11 right now. Little change, by the way, on the Dow, down just under 1 point. The S&P lower by 11, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 53 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 0.3%. 10-year yield at 4.23%, with the 2-year 3.96%. Gold down $8 the ounce, $3,039 on the precious metal right now, down by 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.6%, $68.23 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin now down 1.5%, $84,121 on Bitcoin. Southwest Airlines is eliminating 120 more jobs at 4 airports, extending a round of cutbacks that include the carrier's first ever involuntary layoffs. Those positions include airport ground workers and people who stock planes with food and beverages. They are being eliminated at airports in Baltimore, Los Angeles, and San Jose, as well as Burbank, California. NVIDIA says it will be opening a quantum research lab in Boston. That word from a company event in San Jose, California. Just getting word that Disney shareholders have voted to re-elect board directors, and a consortium led by Bill Chisholm has reached a deal to buy the Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. It is the largest NBA deal and sports takeover ever. The deal surpasses the $6.05 billion sale of the Commanders in 2023 and the $4 billion valuation of the Phoenix Suns in 2022. Chisholm, by the way, is the co-founder of California-based private equity firm STG Partners. He is leading the takeover. U.S.-listed shares in PDD Holdings, that is the owner of Temu, are slipping today as the Chinese budget shopping site sales missed estimates for a third straight quarter. PDD's results come after rivals JD.com and Alibaba Group Holding reported better than projected sales for the December quarter. And also some of the other companies that we're following for you today. We've got Tesla recalling all of the Cybertrucks it produced and sold in the first 15 months. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you, sir, and thank you for being with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, alongside Julie Fine today as we keep our eyes on Ukraine. Remembering this was the top story at this time yesterday, President Trump's phone call with President Zelensky. We've been trying to get our heads around what we heard here, including whether Donald Trump actually spoke at length with President Zelensky, knowing that the Secretary of State and President's National Security Advisor apparently handled a good chunk of that call. The headline on the terminal today, and it's one that we thought about yesterday as he referred to nuclear power plants coming under U.S. ownership. Russia and Ukraine keep up drone attacks. Trump, Zelensky moving beyond minerals deal. And then the idea of Zaporizhia being run by the Americans, is that where we're going here? Julie, it's an interesting story that we're talking about because it keeps changing under our feet. The drive to sign a minerals deal is now apparently on the back burner.
Well, and it's also happening when there was so much tension between President Zelensky and President Trump. So now all of a sudden everything's supposed to turn around and we're going to be doing this. I just think we don't even understand, Joe, their relationship right now. Yeah. So how do you even discuss a ceasefire? What's going to happen next when you're not even sure what exactly happened in the call, and you're hearing it from a national security advisor and you're hearing it more from the Secretary of State? I mean, to be a fly on that wall on that phone call might explain if things have improved even somewhat after their last visit in the White House.
Well, a striking difference, too, between the call that President Trump had with Zelensky and a day earlier with Putin, in which they spent time not only talking about a potential economic partnership, but hockey. I mean, this was clearly, and it went on for many hours. Yesterday was just about 90 minutes with other principals on the line. So clearly, we're talking about two different relationships here. The question is, what will it lead to? Parties get together March 24th for the next set of meetings.
It is interesting, though, that you bring up hockey, because it obviously shows that they have things to talk about much more so than just the current events of the world. So obviously they get along much better and they have a lot more in common. So it's interesting that it veered in that direction. Obviously not a major part of the call, but did make the headline.
You said it.
Yeah. I did say it. So joining us now is Melissa Herring. Thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time. Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, Senior Advisor at Razom for Ukraine. We really appreciate you being here. I kind of want to start with that with you. I want to talk to you about what you think the relationship is between President Zelensky and President Trump now, and what Joe called the contrast with Putin.
Julie, it's great to be here. So the relationship is changing. It doesn't take much to remember that horrible meeting on the 28th of February between Zelensky, the shout-off, right, between Zelensky and Trump. It couldn't have gone worse. And Zelensky did make some mistakes. He should have used an interpreter. He's not a very fluent English speaker. But I think you're right. I think you put your finger on something. They don't have a natural fluency. There's not a warmth between the two guys. And I think Ukraine is aware of that. So what we didn't see very much coming out of the meeting. We're sort of putting the pieces together. But the Zaporizhia piece, the nuclear power plant piece, is a surprise. This is the first that I've heard of it. I've been to Zaporizhia. I can't think of any historical precedent where the U.S. might run a foreign power plant in a country where the territory is disputed. It's just weird, to be honest.
Well, we've talked a lot about that plant when it was being used essentially as a bargaining chip here, and in fact was being fired upon and shelled at one point by Russia, pulled power from, this is obviously more than just a power plant. It could be the center of the conflict to a certain degree. Is that the president's idea of a security guarantee, that we're not going to have troops on the ground, but hey, if we own the power plant, nobody is going to come around there?
I don't think it's quite that thoughtful, Joe. So we have to remember, President Trump is a maximalist, and he likes to go into negotiations and try to figure out what's possible. So I think that the nuclear power plant is the largest in Europe, so it sort of caught his eye from that perspective. Zaporizhia is within artillery range of the Russians, so it's pretty close, and it's very dangerous. And as you said, the danger goes up and down. The Russians have used it as a bargaining chip. Yeah. They threaten it. They turn it on and off. We've talked about this.
Ask Donald Trump to acquire the plant? Did Putin ask for this?
I don't know. I haven't heard that. I think it's important, though, to zoom out a little bit more. So we're in the middle of these intense negotiations. Trump he's talked to the Russian side, he's talked to the Ukrainian side, but the bigger picture is important. The front line in Ukraine is not going to collapse. So the Ukrainians they should not feel like they're under pressure to come to some kind of bad deal right now. Zelensky was right in the White House to focus on security guarantees. He needs real security guarantees. You and I have talked at length about NATO. It's off the table, both for the Americans and the Germans. So what's the next best thing Ukraine can get in terms of security guarantees? It's European troops on the ground, but Trump doesn't like that. So we're sort of stuck right now.
So what do you do when you're stuck?
What do you do when you're stuck?
I mean, really, you continue to have these conversations, but when you stay stuck for this long, you continue to be at war. What is your option, especially with the change in presidency?
So the Ukrainians are going to continue to fight. So even if a Yalta-like deal is cut between Moscow and Washington, and the Ukrainians are completely cut out of it, Ukrainians will continue to fight because this is existential, Julie. They have no other alternative. And they can continue to fight with Europe's help. So that's the bottom line is I expect this fighting to continue.
The next set of meetings, March 24th, as I mentioned, does this move the ball? Is it going to be Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin? Will there be a meeting with Ukraine at the table?
Good question. So the last story I saw was that two of the principals, not Trump, were headed back to talk. Yeah. I don't know. This is an evolving story, and I don't think we know the exact shape of it. You know, the Ukrainians have learned from their mistakes. I think they realized that they were too aggressive in Washington, and they need to be more respectful. Even though, Joe, it's really interesting. I called everyone in Ukraine after that disastrous White House call, and Ukrainians from Zelensky's, President Poroshenko and Zelensky really dislike each other, and they have no love lost. Poroshenko went on air and said, I cannot say anything negative about him. The entire political elite felt like Zelensky did the right thing.
Well, and also at that point, you do have to remember, too, and you remember, Joe, that day, I mean, European leader after leader stood up and said, we support Ukraine.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've seen Europe wake up. So Europe knows that it cannot rely on Washington for its security anymore. And we see the Germans authorizing the use of Taurus missiles. We see them putting forward overcoming their reluctance to have a budget deficit. That's a really big deal. We see Macron trying to be the leader of Europe as well. I don't think we know the shape of this, but Zelensky, is trying very hard to be more conciliatory and trying to come up with some kind of real security guarantee. Mm-hmm. So I think it's possible that we're going to see Washington and Moscow come up with something, and Europe and Kiev come up with something.
Interesting, and I bet they don't look a lot alike.
No, I don't think so.
We hit power plants, but on Air Force One last weekend, Donald Trump said we're talking about dividing up land and power plants. These were the two things, I guess, that were to be discussed on the call. We talk about dividing up land. It doesn't sound like much is going to be divided. It sounds like Russia might well take all the land that it has occupied. Is that not true?
So let's talk about two different pieces, Joe. Okay. So we have Crimea, which is the peninsula, the boot that Russia illegally annexed back in 2014. You remember they held a sham referendum and said, it's Russia, it's ours now. So the international community has said no, and the status of it is disputed. But there's been a huge population transfer, and Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars have moved to Ukraine itself, and there was a huge shipment of Russian, mostly security officers, who came in and have displaced them on the peninsula. And it's become a hardened security state. And then we have 20% of Ukraine that's illegally occupied by Russia. And Putin in 22 said he held fake referenda and said these are ours. So those are the bargaining chips. And Zelensky has said, I'm not giving up any territory. So that's the piece that we're at now. Putin does not control all four of those oblasts. There's still pieces of them that he hasn't taken. And like I said, the front line is pretty stable, and it's not going to collapse anytime soon. So I think Trump is sort of he's pushing the Ukrainians, right? He pulled intel support out. He's threatening them and trying to force them to a deal. But frankly, they shouldn't agree to a deal yet.
Let's say that Ukraine loses Crimea and the Donbass. Does it keep the land in the Kursk region that it's occupied?
No, they don't have much land left in Kursk, right? They only have a tiny piece. And
so it sounds like Ukraine gains nothing in this deal.
Ukraine does. I can't understand what they get out of this deal. They haven't been promised anything. So,
So it's a negotiation.
It's a negotiation, right?
I mean, you think that they're just waiting to see if they can get something else or something better for them and hold on the front line.
I think that's the Ukrainian position, is we will continue to fight. We have the will. They don't have enough manpower. They do have a manpower shortage, but I just got back from the front line about a month ago, and they have enough attack drones, and they have enough 155 millimeter ammunition. So it's not, this is massively different than it was a year ago. And this is thanks to U.S. support. So the situation has changed. And one other sort of factoid that was interesting is the Ukrainians are getting really good with their drones. 50% of the kills are from Ukrainian drones now.
Was it smart in the end to provide F-16s, M1 Abrams tanks, some of the other weapons platforms that were, doubted as being a help to the Ukrainians, instead of what you just talked about, shells, missile interceptors, long-range missiles?
So they should have provided, the Biden administration should have provided all this kit and much sooner. I went to Kharkiv, which is the second largest city up in the north. And Joe, every taxi cab driver, every volunteer, every Army man and woman I talked to said, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please tell Joe Biden thank you. His decision to allow Kiev to use U.S. rockets to shoot into Russia was a game changer. We went from living in the shelters underground for hundreds of days, and our lives are relatively normal. The security situation in Kharkiv has completely changed because of Joe Biden's decision.
You couldn't reach Joe Biden, I'm guessing.
No, I hope he's listening today.
I don't know if that's the case. He's got a lot to do.
But I want to kind of return to how you say the manpower in the front lines holds for now.
Right.
I mean, how long does it hold? How long can this go as they try to figure out and the sides come together or attempt to come together and find some sort of agreement, and the land stays where it is?
So, Julie, I have to use a lot of ifs, and I know that journalists don't like it when I put conditions in, but if the U.S. continues to allow Ukraine to have intel support, which is a big if, Ukraine can last till at least this summer. I don't expect another package of assistance, though, from Congress.
Well, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate you going through this and spending all the time with us, Melinda.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Melinda Herring, Senior Fellow, Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, Senior Advisor, RASM for Ukraine. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Julie Fine in Washington. We'll keep our eyes, Julie, on the White House. Next stop, 4 p.m. with an EO signing that we have a lot of discussion about here in town today. We're beginning to dismantle the Department of Education. That's only a few hours away. We'll get back here around 5 p.m. Eastern Time
Well,
for
thanks
the late
for having
edition
me
of
with
Balance
you,
of Power.
Joe.
Well, thank you for coming up. We're going to keep this going today and tomorrow. Sitting in for Kaylee Lyons, Julie Fine, our Texas Bureau Chief. I'm Joe Matthew. Coming up, Bloomberg Business Week with much more to follow. Subscribe to the podcast on Apple and Spotify. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Thursday, March 20th, 2025, first day of spring, Tim Stenivek.
Does it feel like it in New York?
It's a little gray. Yeah,
it is,
a little
okay.
gray. Looking over my shoulder.
All right, stay tuned.
Yeah.
The warm weather will come.
Promise.
Yeah, I promise. That's a guarantee. Out here in San Francisco, things are a little nice. I haven't been outside since it has been dark. Hey, look at these markets, Carol Nasser.
I know.
Thought things were going to be higher today. Now we're looking lower across the board.
A bit of a churn, right? We've got a full plate of questions about the outlook, the impact of tariffs, and really, I feel like just investors and business leaders and everyone just kind of unsure of what comes next. So that is really top of mind for us over the next 60 minutes. And so, Tim, we're going to look at really the day after that Fed decision. Does the U.S. Central Bank really have no clue, maybe two, on what comes next? One former Fed official suggested just that.
Hey, Carol, have you checked your 401k lately?
I did.
You did, okay.
Not a good thing to do before you go to bed.
You're not supposed to do that at all. Might make you ask, is all this White House pain, is it worth the gain?
Yeah, we're going to get into that, right? We're also going to hear from the Mercedes CEO on Trump, on tariffs, on the outlook, on EVs, on Elon, see what he has to say, especially about the high-end consumer. We've been worried about the consumer a little bit in the U.S. We'll see what he has to say about all of that.
And Jensen Huang is the man of the hour, of course, from NVIDIA. We're going to have the latest on the company that drives so much today. I'd love those over at NVIDIA GTC. We're going to hear from him in just a few minutes.
All right, first up, we got to talk about the markets, as Tim said, bouncing around here on this Thursday. Let's check in with Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We do have stocks churning, halting a Fed-fueled rally. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index in the red, as is the Dow, as is NASDAQ, and we'll throw in the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares. Right to the numbers with the Dow now lower by 22 points, has been swinging between gains and losses, down just under 0.1%. The S&P lower by 15, down by about 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down now by 67 points for NASDAQ, a drop of 0.4%. Russell 2000 Index also down by 0.4%. 10-year 4.23% on this day after the Fed decision. We've got the 2-year 3.95%. Spot gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 68.29 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 1.6%, just above 84,000 now at 84,097 on Bitcoin. Lots of headlines involving NVIDIA today. I'll begin with the stock up by 0.8%. NVIDIA aims to spend several $100 billion to procure U.S.-made chips and electronics over the next 4 years. This according to the FT. NVIDIA, meanwhile, says it will be opening a quantum research lab in Boston. NVIDIA right now up 0.7%. Apple shaking up the AI executive ranks in a bid to turn around Siri, and a consortium including STG Partners co-founder Bill Chisholm reaching a deal to buy the Celtics for $6.1 billion. That is the biggest NBA deal ever. Recapping stocks lower. S&P right now down 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
To put in your bid, Charlie, for the franchise?
Yeah, exactly. Celtics tickets for everybody.
Deal. Although, I don't know how New Yorkers feel about that. I don't know. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. All right. Yeah, it's one day after the latest Fed decision, the second decision of 2025. We have President Trump posting on social media that the Fed should cut interest rates, splitting with the U.S. Central Bank as officials weigh the economic cost of his tariff push. As you know, the Fed did not cut rates as expected yesterday, but they did sharply reduce their 2025 growth projections. Meantime, one former Fed official, former New York Fed President Bill Dudley, and a Bloomberg opinion columnist, telling us right after the decision that the Fed is in a bit of a tough place.
I think the reality is they're flying blind. They don't really know what's going to happen to growth. They don't know what's going to happen to inflation. And that increases the risk of making a policy mistake or just being late.
Tough place to be. Former New York President Bill Dudley, Bloomberg opinion columnist as well, yesterday on Bloomberg Surveillance, the Fed decides. All right, to talk about the day after and also go over some U.S. economic data points that we got this morning. Back with us is Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. She's here joining me and Tim. She is here in our New York studio. Molly, as always, so much coming at the economic universe and just investors in general. Today's U.S. economic data looks like the labor market okay, housing market bounce back from some weakness. What do we need to know?
Yeah, the jobless claims numbers have really just been in a bit of like a holding pattern in this kind of like know-nothing state. You know, they're really very much in line with pre-COVID levels, like hovering in this 220,000 area on the initial claims. And that's nothing really to worry about, which is great. Of course, there are other data that we get later today that are referring to federal workers specifically, and those have been drifting higher, as we would expect to see per all of the government firings that we've been having. So that's...
What is that data that we get later?
So that's still from the jobless claims data. It's just published a little bit later for the federal workers specifically, that the Department of Labor also puts this out later on Thursday. So we've been starting to pay closer attention to that. Not something we used to look at before, but obviously makes a lot more sense now. And then on the housing front, we saw existing home sales beat all estimates in February. I think a lot of this was really due to the weather, though, that coming back from, remember in January, we had the wildfires in LA. We had really bad winter weather across a lot of the South. So those were the two regions in February that really bounced back, whereas the Northeast and the Midwest, not as much.
But why was this such a surprise, Molly? Because we actually saw equity markets turn higher as a result of this stronger than expected housing data. Why did this surprise analysts? They knew about the weather already.
Yeah, you know, this was above, the reading was above all estimates in the Bloomberg survey. I think that, you know, the expectation for the housing market right now is really just so grim. Like, you know, it's very much like we're just going to be in this really steady state of like, you know, pretty tepid sales. Mortgage rates, yes, have come down a bit in recent weeks, but are still in that 6.7% area. And home prices are still really high. Even though you're getting more inventory coming on the market, it still hasn't really made much of a dent in prices. So the outlook for housing isn't great right now. That said, we're going into the season where home sales do typically pick up in the spring. So that's going to be really key to watch.
Okay, we have that economic data. We talked about the economic data. Now that we've had about a day to really digest what we heard from Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve yesterday, what are your thoughts, Molly? I was a little surprised to see the market reaction yesterday, given the uncertainty that Powell expressed. But it was the best Fed day market going all the way back to July of last year.
I think what Powell's job a lot of the time is to do is, understandably, not induce panic or to downplay where there might be perceptions of panic. And the SEP, or Summary of Economic Projections yesterday, that came out before Powell spoke, for me, that would have been a bit panic-inducing. I think, you know,
they
like
were sharp cuts, right?
Very sharp cuts to growth. You know, marked up unemployment pretty noticeably, marked up risks to inflation as well. So those are things that all right now, you know, add up to what we say is stagflation risks, and that was really the big word going into the press conference yesterday. But then Powell gets up there and seems to downplay all of these risks. Doesn't seem too fazed by it. I think something for me that was really bizarre was his idea that the marking down of growth projections and higher risks to inflation somehow balance each other out. That part I still don't really have great understanding on, but I think the market rally was really just because the Fed still sees 2 rate cuts this year. And I think there was a real case where what if you saw the dots price in more than that? Because normally we would love to see that, and that would be, you know, a good news rally. But I think in this case, if you saw more cuts priced in, that would have really clued in to say that the Fed is very worried about growth and that they would have been expecting more cuts even though inflation's going to be so high.
What's the analysis after we kicked it off mentioning what Bill Dudley, former New York Fed president, said on the Bloomberg broadcast yesterday following the Fed decision, saying, you know, I think the reality is that the Fed is flying blind. They don't really know what's going to happen to growth. They don't know what's going to happen to inflation and how that increases the risk of making a policy mistake. Do most folks that you talk to in the economic community feel like we just don't know what's next? I feel like there is a growing chorus of business leaders who are kind of saying that, and it's why you're seeing maybe M&A pull back, lots of things pull back.
Yeah, it's totally fair. I mean, I think it's one of the funny parts of the press conference yesterday, too, was when Powell had said back to a reporter,
when
like,
he broke out into the Grateful Dead song? No, I'm just kidding.
Part, I mean, he is a huge...
That was your dreams, Carol. That was in your dreams.
That's right, Tim. There was one part where he had like put it back to a reporter saying, you know, like, forecasting's really hard. Like, what would you put down? I was like, okay, that's more your job than like ours, but it's really hard. To his credit, it is very hard right now. So, and you saw that very much in the economic projections as well.
Yeah.
All of the heightened uncertainty around growth, around the labor market, around inflation. He's not wrong. I think none of us really know. And, you know, to Michael McKee's great question of how long are you going to wait to see the totality of these policies? Who the heck knows?
Right. And will it be too late, right? Because you have to be so preemptive. I got to say, I sew, I've, put buttons and things that fall off, and threading a needle can be really tough. And I feel like that's where the Fed is right now, threading a needle into terms of what we need for monetary policy. Not easy right now.
Not at all. I don't want their job. We'll just sit here and try to decipher it.
Well, his job getting a little harder, too, with President Trump saying last night that the Fed should cut interest rates, splitting with the U.S. Central Bank as officials weigh the economic cost of his tariff push. This is a post on his social media network. The Fed would be much better off cutting rates as U.S. tariffs start to transition their way to the economy. Do the right thing. April 2nd is Liberation Day in America. How does that complicate Powell's job?
Well, one thing, it totally breaks with a long-standing practice that, the Fed is an independent institution that,
yes, going all the way back to 2018, right?
Yes,
Molly, going all the way
back a long time, and Powell's been a very staunch supporter of the Fed's
Trump
independence.
did this last time.
Right,
yes.
yeah, presidents don't usually comment on monetary policy. That's not their job. Justice Powell will often say, we don't comment on fiscal policy. So that's one thing. The other thing is that as I was kind of saying before, if the Fed was going to price in more rate cut expectations this year, I think it honestly would have the inverse effect of what Trump is going for. I think more people would perceive that as the Fed is really worried about growth, and that even though inflation's projected to be elevated, we need to step in to stave the economy. So I don't think that would honestly have the effect that Trump is going for.
All right, lots to keep on our mind. Molly, thanks so much. Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith. All right, that is your economic update on this Thursday. Now, what it all means for those who have to invest in this market, where instability seems to be the norm. Volatility, we see it today due to trade war uncertainties, and despite, as we just talked about with Molly, a bounce back in some housing and certainly jobs data looking pretty positive. We do get a big test tomorrow with the expiration of $4.5 trillion worth of options contracts. So helping make sense of the trade for us here at Bloomberg is Bloomberg Opinion columnist Connor Sen. He is founder of Peachtree Creek Investments. He joins us from Atlanta. Hey, Connor, good to have you back here with Tim and myself. There are always buyers and sellers in the market, right? And whether there's more or less of one really kind of helps develop, or determine the flows, the demand, the pricing. But I do think about, and with that acknowledgement that there's always buyers and sellers, is today's market investable in your view?
I think so. It's just that the market we had coming into the year was very momentum driven, a lot of optimism about the Trump administration. And I think we've seen over the past month that momentum has really come out of the market. The Trump optimism is more mixed. And so that sort of fast money trade, hot money trade has really come out of the market. But sort of a lot of parts of the market are still not really that concerned about recession. And so basically you're getting better valuations on stocks than you did a month ago without yet the kind of recession concern that you've gotten over the past few years, a few times.
Connor, what about the rotation that we're seeing out of U.S. equities and into international equities? I've spoken to two friends. They're not in finance. They're normal people who are thinking about their own retirement. They have nothing to do with investing day to day in the market. But both of them have said to me, I'm selling U.S. equities and I'm investing outside of the U.S. I think that it's a little turbulent here right now. And I think the opportunity is outside of the U.S. What do you make of that?
I think from a narrative standpoint, I get it in that sort of over the past few years, the U.S. was seen as the only game in town globally to invest. And I think that explains a lot of the valuations you saw in U.S. large cap stocks last year when you had Costco at 55 times earnings and Walmart at 35 times earnings. It wasn't just the tech stocks. It was sort of a belief that don't bet against America. American companies are going to win, and there's no growth anywhere else in the world. And so I think now you're seeing, there is a need for capital in Europe, and we're seeing the stock market perform better there. I'm sure globally, a lot of investors who were sort of betting on the U.S. or feel kind of deceived, and so they're looking to repatriate capital. And at least for now, I get the story of, well, Europe's going to grow faster, the U.S. is more mixed, so let's rotate money out of the U.S. to other parts of the world.
Hey, one of the things I wanted to ask you, here we are, Connor, one day after the Fed, and Tim was kidding, or we kidded at the top of the broadcast, like, don't look at your 401k right now. I, however, did. And I am wondering about, a column you wrote that gets into where the stock market goes, the economy will follow. We have seen a pullback in stocks so far, certainly this year. So based on that, where do you think the U.S. economy is heading in your view? It sounds like you're not talking about recession, but I am curious how you kind of tie these together.
We've had negative momentum in the U.S. economy, I would say, for about a year. I think the soft landing ended last spring. Full employment ended last spring. But the deceleration in growth we're seeing is just very, very slow. And it's not fall off a cliff like we saw with Lehman Brothers in 2008 or with COVID. And so I think that's a case where I don't think we're going to have a recession over the next 6 months. I think housing's already kind of dead, so it's hard to kill housing again. And AI is the other risk to the economy that I see, and that seems like more of a 2026 story with all the CapEx spending that's going to happen this year. And so I do think that high-end consumption growth could be slower, maybe pretty stagnant this year, but you're not really seeing signs of growth falling off a table or the kinds of fragilities that would lead to a recession, at least over the next few months.
What's the AI risk that you see? I'm here in San Francisco right now. Everybody's talking about NVIDIA GTC. We're going to be hearing from Ed in just a few minutes. What's the AI risk?
For me, it's just sort of the dollars being spent. So if tens or hundreds of billions of dollars are being spent on chips and data centers and power generation and utilities, it's really that going away that would create the recession risk. And I think just the lead times to cutting spending on that are more than a few months, a few quarters. And so it's really companies have committed to spend money in 2025. It's really 2026 that the question mark is, and we're just not going to know about that for at least 6 months. So I think in 25, maybe markets don't do well, but the economy, probably a stagnation is the worst case scenario rather than a bad recession.
But not stagflation.
I don't think so. I'm kind of with the Fed that the tariffs are likely more of a one-time impact, and it might be a significant one-time impact depending on how sizable they are, but it's just not going to be a 1970s thing, even a 2022 thing. It'll just be, some prices went up for a few months, and then after that one-time price shock, it sort of happened. And that's even if companies feel like they can pass along those prices, and that's not clear at the moment that they're willing to do so.
All right, so I'm going to get a bunch of hate mail, but I'm only, picking back on what Fed Chair Jay Powell said about tariffs, like transitory. We never get that wrong. Not a hot word here, but I mean, truly, do you believe that the impact of tariffs will be transitory, even if they stay and don't go away? Or is it only if they stay, don't go away, and there isn't more piled on? And we get easing regulatory environment, and we get tax cuts.
It kind of depends on the underlying conditions in the economy. And when Russia invaded Ukraine in early 2022, we had a very overheated economy, low interest rates. That was kind of the perfect dynamic for that inflation to stick around and be amplified. But right now you have an economy where the cyclical parts of it are pretty weak. The hiring last year that was strong was government, healthcare, and education. That looks to weaken this year. There's just not a lot of underlying growth momentum in the economy, so it's not clear that companies are in a position to pass along those price increases. So I think the economy is weaker, and that's why I think it's more likely to be transitory.
Okay. So 20 seconds, don't be worried. Investors. Is that your final line?
I mean, I think, if you were super invested heading into the year, that was probably a mistake. After this sell-off, I think you need sort of more bad things to happen this year than just spooks. I think the spook move has already happened.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, Connor, thanks so much. Glad we could check in with you. Bloomberg Opinion columnist Connor Sen. He is the founder of Peachtree Creek Investments. All right, coming up next, yes, it's been nothing, as we've been talking about, but AI for more than 2 years, and yet we are also now throwing into the conversation quantum computing. It's a big subject, too, over at that big NVIDIA conference that Tim just mentioned, known as the Super Bowl of AI. So we're going to dig into that. We're going to talk with our Ed Ludlow. He's been on the ground, really getting a good feel of what's been going on. See what he has to say, too, about the latest from Jensen Wang. We'll get to that in just a moment right here on Business Week.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A fresh bout of instability gripping the U.S. stock market and another move lower with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red right now. The Dow has been swinging between gains and losses, but down now by 0.1%, lower by 40 points. The S&P is down 18 at 56.56, down 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index lower by 84 points, down 0.5%. The 10-year, the day after the Fed, 4.23%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Gold now down almost $4 the ounce to $3,043, down 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, $68.23 a barrel. And Bitcoin down 1.6%, $84,032 on Bitcoin. Southwest Airlines shares up now by 1.1%. Southwest is eliminating 120 more jobs at 4 airports, extending a round of cutbacks that included the carrier's first ever involuntary layoffs. A consortium including STG Partners co-founder Bill Chisholm has reached a deal to buy the Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. That is the biggest NBA deal ever. Coming up after the close of trading, we have got earnings from Nike, Micron Technology, and FedEx. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, a big corporate business market AI event is underway this week, still happening out here where I am. A little bit south in San Jose, California. It's the site of NVIDIA's GTC AI conference, also known as the Super Bowl of AI. Also there is our very own tech MVP and the co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow. Ed back for a special appearance today. He joins us live now from the conference. Ed, it's always good to see you, especially good to see you, and welcome back, at least for today. Look, lay the ground, lay what's on the ground for us. Like, set the scene for us. What's there? You've been there the past few years. How is it different?
Yeah, it just gets bigger. You know, the Super Bowl analogy is probably apt. More people. You know, NVIDIA, from a market's perspective, whether you just go on market cap or news cycle, whatever it is, it's just been all-consuming. And frankly, there probably isn't another technology conference like it. You know, Jensen Huang, as a CEO and leader of the company, sells out arenas where people behave as if they're sort of turning up to a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert. And he behaves like that himself on stage to a certain extent. But you know, it probably in a serious way speaks to the point that right now, present day, in the context of AI, whether you are a computer scientist or you work at a technology company or you are involved in data centers, NVIDIA touches some part of your professional life or your passion for AI, and people flock here for that reason, to hear about the latest innovations.
All right, first of all, love the beard. Can we just lay it out there? Just kind of loving it.
Oh, thank you.
I know we have to talk in video, but I'm just saying it looks really great. Hey, so we talk obviously AI a lot when we're talking NVIDIA, but quantum computing, you know, while the narrative has been so much on next level AI, generative AI, large language models, quantum computing has now increasingly crept into the conversation, including at this event. So what are we hearing from Jensen and others?
Yes. Yeah, so look, historically, quantum computing and supercomputing or AI computing are two distinct fields. But today, NVIDIA is hosting its first ever what it calls Quantum Day for a very simple reason. At CES, a separate conference in January, Jensen Huang was asked a question by an analyst in an analyst Q&A setting when he thought that quantum computing would do something useful in the real world. And his response was, basically, it's going to be more than a decade, around 15 years. That was on January 7th, January 8th. What happened is that most of the publicly traded quantum stocks went into free fall, 40, 50, 60% declines in a single session. Fast forward to today, Jensen Huang goes on stage and he's invited the CEOs of all of these quantum computing companies. Basically, he admitted straight away, often I speak when I'm asked a question. Sometimes I get it right, and on this occasion I may have got it wrong, but that's what we're here to discuss. Because they are separate fields, and then what followed was I don't know. It's hard to know where to go with it. It was a very strange first hour, and I've just run up from that first hour to talk to you guys. But in short, I'm not sure that they agree any more right now than they did when this all first kicked off.
What was his tone, Ed? Was he being funny? Was it sort of self-effacing? Did he realize that these public companies existed? I mean, what was his tone?
Well, quite all of the above. Yes, self-effacing. He literally said that the following day, after all those stocks had gone into free fall, he didn't even realize that quantum computing companies were public, that they would have any reason to be, given the sort of nascency of the industry. Look, he was also combative. I may well get the chance to ask him, but I don't think that he's changed his position, that he doesn't believe this distinct field of quantum computing, and we can go into what defining that, what it means, is any different to being 10 or 15 years away from sort of commercial viability. What they all seem to agree on is that the work NVIDIA's done in classic computing, computers coded in ones and zeros, could go some way to helping. But it was really, I've never seen anything like this. He basically said, this is the first time that the CEO of a public company has invited all of these guests here to tell him that he's wrong. And that's kind of how it unfolded.
Hey, listen, I'm looking at the stock this week. It's down about 3% so far. With all of this happening, we know NVIDIA has been under pressure. It's down almost 12% year to date. Is it kind of a, I don't know, is it a non-event in terms of how the stock's been trading? Like, how are we reading it? What news is coming out of this event that you think is worth noting?
So this is an excellent question, and I go back to what Connor Sen was talking about, your last guest, which is there is some predictability about companies using NVIDIA's technology for the next 4 quarters. But beyond that, will they continue spending on AI in a recessionary environment? Particularly enterprise companies, right? The first half of the AI story was really simple. Hyperscalers or cloud companies spent tens of hundreds of billions of dollars building data centers. But we've kind of moved beyond that now, where actually you see companies of all sizes in the technology sector directly spending with NVIDIA or through their sales partners. And Jensen would argue that what he did this week at GTC was unprecedented. He basically said, here are all our products for the next 4 years. Here is all of our software and services for the next 4 years. And the reason we're able to give you that with confidence is because we know that our customers are buying them in advance. But the market's uncertain. I think that recession or no recession question is a big one. But there is some evidence, I'd say, that tech companies, even if there were to be a recession, will still earmark spending for AI because of the competition in that field.
Look, I know you're not focused on the macro effects of this, Ed, beyond sort of what the hyperscalers are spending or how much NVIDIA is getting. But isn't there a big argument to be made about the productivity increases that we're going to see as a result of this technology? Because I'm not yet actually hearing that from the companies that are not completely adjacent to this technology. When do we see that? When do we hear that?
Yeah, I mean, how do most companies, whether they are a technology company or otherwise, use what we should call generative AI? In other words, it is a tool where you put text input and you get text results back. And it's usually just adding a layer on top of what their existing offering is. There are great examples about that, like ServiceNow and Salesforce and companies like that. What NVIDIA tried to do, and maybe they didn't do it very well, frankly, right? You know, Carol mentions the stock performance. You've just asked me a question, which is, are we seeing any net or end market result of all this investment? What they tried to say is that they believe that agentic and reasoning AI, those types of tools, have 100x more demand for compute right now than they did just 1 year ago. And when I asked NVIDIA how on earth they would calculate that demand right now for those end markets in AI is 100x what it was a year ago, they said very simple. We counted the number of tokens. In simple terms, when you use generative AI or large language model technology, tokenization is a metric by which you can count. It used to be 1 token, now it's probably 10x that or 100x that for the inference side of AI, and that's their logic. So Wall Street analysts are going to have to start modeling very differently for how they see NVIDIA's demands, at least, because NVIDIA started measuring it differently itself. How many tokens is each of its enterprise customers requiring? And they're planning accordingly in response to that.
So Ed, you have been reporting on this company. You've been talking to Jensen, watching this AI run up over the last couple of years and then some, and then now, kind of whether or not it's getting a little bit mature or how we're thinking about this conversation. But how does the mood feel in terms of the enthusiasm we've seen? Is it a more grown-up look at what's happening with AI, or that we understand that there's going to be starts and stops in this, ramp up to more use of AI?
Yeah. The value of being here at GTC is actually being able to physically see the net result of the work that NVIDIA's unlocked and others unlocked, right? We should accept that even though NVIDIA has a monopoly, more than 70% market share in training and inference of AI models, there are many other companies working in the field. Robotics is really key here. For my Star Wars fans out there was a BDX robot, or BD-1, shout out to the Star Wars Jedi games if you're into that. I am. A literal robot walking around the showroom floor. And you're thinking, okay, is this gimmicky? It is a little bit, but there's also applications in healthcare, robotics for surgery, cameras that monitor the patient in the room and alert the doctor that an emergency is happening in the room. The software comes from NVIDIA, the chipset in the camera comes from NVIDIA. It's much more tangible here, and that realm of physical AI is kind of the next part of it. It's not new, though. I mean, Jensen talked about it at CES, he talked about it a year ago, but at least now all of these companies here in Silicon Valley that are building on top of NVIDIA's technology, they have something they can put in front of you and say, this is what we made using it. And that's interesting, at least to me and those 20,000 or so gathered here today.
At the Super Bowl, Ed, at the Super Bowl. When it comes to physical AI and the other companies that are working on it, are they, how ahead is NVIDIA when it comes to the processing for these different types of devices? Or are there other companies that are coming for NVIDIA right now? We talk to Ian King all the time, who says NVIDIA's still got a huge lead.
Yeah, because NVIDIA would say that it can offer any part of the development of let's talk about a humanoid robot as an example. NVIDIA does not manufacture humanoid robots, but it offers three things. You need to have a foundation model that underpins the software in the robot. That's what the data center side is for. So they make the GPUs that go into data centers, use that data center to train a specialist model. They do actually make GPUs that go into autonomous cars, for example. There's a version of Blackwell called Thor that will go into vehicles, and you have localized processing. Similar products are available for robotics. But the robot companies don't have to take that. The key breakthrough is that in order to train robots and autonomous vehicles, there was a limit that was realized in real-world data. In other words, if you gave camera eyes to the robot, there's only so much value in that. So what now NVIDIA is offering through cloud-based services, basically, is synthetic or simulated data, a platform where you can put in text saying, create me a digital version or a simulated version of a warehouse. This is the parameters it needs to have. It makes a digital version of that, and the robot's trained on that many times over. That's the value they've unlocked.
Interesting stuff, as always. Hey, listen, Ed, so appreciate it. Ed Ludlow. And we do want to remind everybody that Ed will be doing a special broadcast, Bloomberg Technology, live from the NVIDIA GTC AI conference. That's at 4:30 p.m. Wall Street time today on Bloomberg Television. All right, still ahead, everyone, the biggest NBA deal ever, and March Madness comes to Bloomberg. That's next on Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower ahead of a ton of closely watched earnings after the bell. Various industries offering various takes on the stock market and the economy. FedEx, Nike, and Micron all reporting after the close. Right now, the S&P is down 24 points, drop there of 0.4%. Dow Industrials down 70, decline of 0.2%. NASDAQ right now down 109, drop there of 0.6%. Bottom line here, fresh bout of instability gripping the U.S. stock market. The 10-year, the day after the Fed, 4.23%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Spot gold now down $5.50 the ounce, down 0.2%. 3,042. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%. 68.26 a barrel on WTI. European Union is delaying its proposed 50% tariff on American whiskey until mid-April, aligning them with broader countermeasures against U.S. steel and aluminum duties. It's a small reprieve for companies like Louisville, Kentucky-based Brown-Forman, whose brands include Jack Daniel's. Brown-Forman shares, they're up right now on a down day for the rest of the market. Brown-Forman up by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Well, some big news in the world of sports. And no, it's not March Madness, although that is also big, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But among our most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal at this hour is a consortium reaching a deal to buy the NBA's Boston Celtics for $6.1 billion. Takeover makes it the biggest NBA deal ever, surpassing the $4 billion valuation for the Phoenix Suns back in late 2022. So let's talk about this. Joining us is Bloomberg News U.S. sports business reporter Randall Williams. He's here in studio, along with Bloomberg Originals chief correspondent Jason Kelly. Guys, I want to kick it off. Randall, first, talk to us about this deal. A lot of money.
A lot of money. It's the most ever paid for a sports franchise. It edges out Josh Harris's purchase of the Commanders, and NBA owners in the league is happy it got to $6 billion.
Jason is shaking his head. Why are you shaking your head?
It's unbelievable when you think about the last, even during the period where these guys have owned the Boston Celtics, they bought it for $360 million.
Correct.
Back in
2022.
Yep.
And 2002.
Or 2002, forgive me. Yeah, 2002.
They won a couple championships. They put it on the market for essentially estate planning on the part of the Grousbeck family. I don't know what you heard, Randall. It wasn't a certainty that they were going to get to this price, but they did.
No, I mean, when they don't own their own stadium, and, the stadium is a big part of this because basketball in the NBA, you fill up the stadium 41 times a year, but there's 365 days in a year. You want to fill that with concerts. You want to fill that with other events, festivals. And so when you don't own that, you lose out on revenue. For the Celtics to reach $6 billion without owning their own stadium, it sets the precedent for the NBA expansion owners who are going to be bidding for this, who will own their stadium. And it's like, oh, they sold for that without a stadium? Oh, I'm good.
But that begs the question, why did they pay so much without the stadium?
Well, pride. There's a lot of reasons why.
The Boston Celtics.
Right, there's a lot of reasons why. But the first thing that I would say is that when you're buying a sports team, you do want to get to a price. And I think that for the league and for the Boston basketball group, they wanted that $6 billion. They got it. And there's some unhappy people too. Like Steve Pagliuca, he put out a statement and said, "Look, we were going to pay cash into this," and he lost. And we're seeing that Bill Chisholm's group, which has 6th Street and Rob Hale and Bruce A. Beal Jr. from related companies, they won.
Come on in, Tim.
Jason.
Yeah,
Jason, does the deal make sense to you? I mean, somebody who's looked at these valuations for a long time, does it actually pencil out, or is it pretty shocking to you? And look, we should say something is worth whatever somebody's going to pay for it.
Right.
So obviously it's worth this much, but it's kind of mind-blowing, no?
It's hard to pencil it out, but then again, Randall and I were talking about this before we came on air. People thought Steve Ballmer was crazy for paying $2 billion for the LA Clippers. People thought Matt Ishbia was crazy for paying $4 billion for the Phoenix Suns and Mercury. And people thought these guys were crazy for paying $360 million, 20 some odd years ago. So you're exactly right. I think one thing that, to build on what Randall was saying, the other real interesting thing about this is an expensive team.
Right.
They have a very high payroll, and this is not the sort of cash machine that maybe people would think it is, right?
And I'd say, going back to your point about, how crazy it is, you look crazy in the moment buying any sports franchise, but as long as valuations look good, you look like the wise guy in due time. So as long as these valuations keep rising and the NBA has a new media deal, everybody looks smart. On the Celtics side, no stadium ownership, and you have a lot of money to pay out to players. So they have to definitely go back to the drawing board and go back to their books and figure out, how do we make this work long term?
But Randall, as we were talking about it, it wasn't just the biggest NBA deal in history. It's the biggest sports franchise deal in history. So you got the Washington Commanders last year for $6 billion, Manchester United last year for $5.4 billion, the Broncos for $4.6 billion back in 2022. It's football, it's soccer, it's basketball. What's going on here, Randall? Is it just supply and demand?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, you're seeing the influx of private equity in these deals. And so with these franchises rising as quickly as they are, the number of people who are able to buy these teams outright is diminishing. It's just getting so much smaller. That's why you see 6th Street in this deal having $1 billion to offer up and help pay for this. With that in mind, if private equity is going to pay $1 billion for this $6 billion team, then even the number of limited partners from individual people is going to be small as well. So it all depends on how you're forming your ownership group, whether you want private equity, whether you want people. It just really depends. But private equity is a silent partner in this.
All right. Well, man, whenever we talk about these big deals, we could go on forever because it's always fascinating in the amount of money and the buyers continue to pay up. Randall, thank you so much. We'll look for more of your coverage on the Bloomberg. Randall Williams, U.S. sports business reporter here at Bloomberg News. We're going to stay with sports because didn't know, or maybe did you notice that March Madness is underway, Jason Kelly? Listen, we do our own version here at Bloomberg, and it's now hitting its 10th anniversary.
So 10th anniversary, this is called Brackets for a Cause. This is something I've been really excited to be a part of, along with our chairman emeritus, Peter Grauer, for the last 10 years. We've raised $6 million, more than $6 million so far, setting a new record in this year's contest. 61 participants pledging $20,000. I'm not as good at math as you are, Carol Masser and Tim Senovic, but that's $1.2 million plus a purse. It's going to be split among some really good charities. We couldn't be more excited.
All right, who's playing this year? I did not do my bracket yet, by the way, which means I can't do it because the games have started. So
yeah, come on,
guess
man.
it's 2026 for me.
Yeah.
Who did get their act together though this year?
Some really good names. Some names very familiar to the Bloomberg Business Week audience. We're talking about John Gray. We're talking about David Solomon. John Gray, of course, president of Blackstone. David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs. Jenny Johnson, she is, of course, running Templeton. Carolyn Tish Blodgett. She is an owner, her family, of the New York Football Giants, as well as the controlling owner of Gotham FC.
Katie Koch of TCW.
Yes, Katie Koch, John Winklereed from TPG. So it is a murderer's row.
Is there most of these guys who's been there from day one?
So Gary Cohn has been there from day one. He won the very first contest. Of course, now the vice chairman of IBM, former president of Goldman Sachs. We actually got some of the champions together for a dinner a few weeks ago, and Gary was there. Of course, he served in the first Trump administration. He's been just ride or die for this for a long time. John Gray has been with us pretty much since the beginning as well. He won a couple years ago. These people show up. They get very excited. And, Cliff Asness, Dwight Anderson, lots of names, Bill Ackman.
I always kid you when I used to sit next to you, and it would be Jason would come in the morning, and they would be messaging him, did you see how well I did? And it was crazy.
I mean, honestly, this will come, again, as no surprise. These guys, these men and women, very competitive. I'll get emails all weekend about, where they are, and they're gaming it out, especially as it gets toward the finals.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, we're looking at the men's bracket and the women's bracket.
Yes.
It's split evenly between the two, so 600,000 will go for the men's, 600,000 will go for the women's.
Yeah.
Jason, I can still do my women's bracket, right?
Yes, you should be able to do your women's bracket on the terminal. Yes. Yeah, jump in.
That's until tomorrow at 11:30, so that one is still open.
Yeah, get in there. Get in there, Tim Sten.
BRKT Go on the Bloomberg terminal. You know what we'll never get, Tim? On Jason's feet are bracket sneakers.
Yes.
We will never get them.
They are
does
limited
he have?
edition.
Limited edition sneakers, bracket sneakers.
You can take a picture and put them out on your socials.
Yeah, I know.
Jason.
I know.
Plus the hoodie.
What size is your shoe, Jason?
The
Maybe
hoodie?
we can share.
Yeah, no, not for sharing, Tim.
All right.
Have fun in San Francisco.
Jason Kelly, thank you so much. Of course, at Bloomberg Originals, and also catch all of that, the work he does on Bloomberg Originals. All right, coming up, folks, we're talking with the Mercedes CEO.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Yes, indeed, everybody. The bi-coastal version of Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday. Carol Masser here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Tim out there in our bureau in San Francisco. And we're going to stay out west because we want to talk a little bit about cars. Got to say, one of the best known global auto brands. Great read on the global auto economy and the luxury global consumer. We're talking about Mercedes-Benz and our Hannah Elliott recently catching up with the company's CEO for more on where and why, because there was a hilltop villa involved and we want to know the details. Hannah, of course, is Bloomberg Pursuit's auto columnist. She's also co-host of the Hot Pursuit podcast that she does with Matt Miller. You can find that at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcast. Hannah, so good to check in with you. You are on the West Coast, as you often are. You're in Irvine, California today at Karma Automotive, the headquarters. First of all, let's start there. Where are you? Why are you? Who are they?
Well, it's a funny thing you should bring it up. I can't actually tell you too much because I'm on embargo, but the good news is I am at the headquarters of Karma Automotive, and they are bringing forth a new vehicle that should be hitting the streets in 2026. So I can't say much more than that. It's going to be electric, of course. And of course, we remember Karma. There was a Karma Fisker. There have been multiple iterations of this company. they've struggled, but they're going to fight again. So I'm here to report about it.
Can they? Well, okay. I was going to ask you more questions, but I'm like so scared of. Yeah, I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
You can ask. I'll tell you if I can answer or not. I mean, it's fascinating.
Okay, but before we get to Mercedes, I do want to. It's really, really hard for an American car company to start and pull this off. I mean, look at Tesla. Look at Rivian.
Yes.
But the road of that is paved with like the bodies of so many car companies. Can they pull it off?
I don't know. It's going to take a lot of money. It's going to take a lot of money. And at this point, and this is a great segue into Mercedes, I don't know if they can catch up enough in the technology world to compete with Mercedes. And I say that having just driven the 3rd generation Karma Rivero from LA down here. And the technology is moving so fast these days for a small startup to now compete with Mercedes. And I just spent a week in Rome with Mercedes with their new CLA sedan. It's going to be extremely difficult. And one thing I always said about the startups were, the big OEMs did not produce electric cars at first because they didn't have to. It didn't mean they couldn't. It just means they didn't have to. Now, as OEMs realize they're going to have to and they need to offer options for everybody, the market is even more competitive. So I don't know. It's really a tough challenge.
God, it feels like I don't know is just so, the word of the era right now, because there's just so much coming out, people. I want to ask you about your conversation. I mean, take us to the Hilltop Villa and what you saw, but who you talked to. And I am curious about the global environment, the global business environment, especially with, tariffs coming out of the United States, global supply chains being maybe potentially rethought. What did he have to say?
So I spoke with Ola Kalinius, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of Mercedes-Benz Group. This is the guy where the buck stops. And he also is saying he doesn't know the future. This is a common thread that we've seen when I ask him about tariffs, when I ask him about China, when I ask him about EV sales in the US, he is very open saying nobody knows the future. What is important is to be very quick and to be very flexible. And so Mercedes is working to speed up everything and to be incredibly flexible so they can pivot and turn if they need to satisfy the market. What they're hearing and what this CLA sedan really provides is that some people do want EVs, but a lot of people still want a combustion option. So this CLA sedan is really interesting because it's very affordable. It should be around 50,000 euros. US pricing hasn't been announced, but for Mercedes, that's considered entry level. But it also is very advanced, and it will be offered in a hybrid version in the US next year. So it's debuting as an electric vehicle, but there will be a hybrid version coming next year. Again, it's all about options, and it's also about going against Tesla, the kind of original startup that made good. This is Mercedes now going directly to Tesla.
Well, speaking of that, Tesla's, at least in the ones that are sold in the U.S., are made in the U.S. Concern about, and closely aligned now with President Trump, with Elon Musk, how closely aligned he is. What is the concern that Mercedes has about tariffs, about President Trump, given the comments that he's made about German car companies?
It's a huge, huge concern. I asked Ola about it. He used the word reciprocity. He, of course, is following very closely, but he really made the point that Mercedes has been in the U.S. for decades. They've got 2 factories in the U.S. They are one of the nation's largest exporters. And he really emphasized, we feel American. We're part of the American fabric. We hope there's a sense of reciprocity as we're talking about these tariffs.
All right, great stuff as always. So glad we could check in with you. Hannah, thank you. Hannah Elliott, she is Bloomberg Pursuit's auto columnist out there in Irvine, California. Highly recommend you check out her story. It's on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. You can find out a little bit more, too, about the CLA, from Mercedes, I should say, and her experience doing a test drive. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. For those on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing right here on Business Week.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Israel's army says it is expanding ground operations in Gaza. The offensive has sparked angry protests in Tel Aviv.
It's not against the soldiers, it's against our government that betrayed our people.
The Israeli airstrikes continue as well. CBS's Rami Inocencio.
Early morning reports came in today of more airstrikes near southern Khan Yunis and Rafah, which is on Egypt's border. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has warned Gaza to return the hostages and expel Hamas, the alternative being total destruction.
President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today that begins the dismantling of the Education Department. Professor Cassie Williams at LSU believes allowing states to control funds will be a problem for low-income students.
I don't know what public schools are going to do whenever we have all the money going to the public schools, but it's going towards football programs or it's going towards things that are not ensuring equitable education.
Dozens of demonstrators locked arms today in a protest at NOAA headquarters over the cuts to the federal workforce. Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Hang tough with NOAA, hang tough with FDA, hang tough with NIH, hang tough with the federal workers, and hang tough for democracy, science, and truth in America.
Prosecutors allege a former FBI agent took sensitive records and possibly exposed informant information after leaving the Bureau. Scott McFarland has the story.
According to prosecutors, Jonathan Buma was a longtime FBI agent in Los Angeles. And before leaving the agency in October 2023, they allege he printed out dozens of FBI files and that he was writing a book that included FBI sensitive information. They arrested Buma, according to charging documents, as he tried to leave the country on a flight out of JFK Airport in New York.
A dual Turkish U.S. national who worked as an electrical engineer for the Defense Department pleaded guilty today to removing classified materials. The Taliban has freed an American held in Afghanistan for more than 2 years. Vicki Barker has that.
Atlanta airline mechanic George Glesman was in Afghanistan as a tourist when he was seized by the Taliban's intelligence services in December 2022. He's the third American to be released since January. Unlike the previous deals brokered by the Biden administration, this one reportedly did not involve a prisoner swap. The State Department says the deal was brokered by U.S. and Qatari negotiators. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The Taliban says he was released on humanitarian grounds. This is CBS News. Revelations from a former First Lady on sleep. Deborah Rodriguez has the story.
What's ideal bedtime? Man, anytime after dinner.
Michelle Obama tells Kylie Kelsey's Not Gonna Lie podcast the former president is clueless.
My husband teases me about how early I can go to bed. He just doesn't understand.
Kylie, who's expecting her fourth daughter with retired NFL star husband Jason Kelsey, says she pushes it a little.
Coming from someone who likes the AARP special reservation, which is the 5:30 reservation, I would love to be in bed by like 8:30.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
More than 2,000 bottles of liquid Benadryl are being recalled due to the risk of child poisoning. The Consumer Product Safety Commission issued the recall notice. Benadryl, it says, must be in child-resistant packaging. And this packaging, it says, did not meet the standards. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday. We've got stocks off their best and worst levels of the session. Trying to make sense, I guess, of what happens in terms of further tariffs. Do they stick around for a long time? What does this mean for the U.S. economy? I mean, so much on the minds of investors, Tim, especially one day after that expected Fed decision, but still a lot on everybody's minds.
Yeah, the perfect time for us, really, to be speaking with Peter Atwater, because he's got a question for investors right now. Is it time to buckle up and go along for the ride, or is it time to bail? He talks about the choice that investors face in this volatile market. He's going to be joining us in just a few minutes.
All right, looking forward to that. Also, don't forget, folks, it's still earnings season. We have a couple of big ones after the closing bell. FedEx and Nike, our Bloomberg Intelligence team, with what you need to know. They're going to go through the quarters and the outlook. So looking forward to that after the market close.
And who exactly is Satoshi Nakamoto? Is it you, Carol? Are you Satoshi?
Nope.
No.
Well, maybe.
That was a quick no. I don't know. We're going to talk to the author of a new book who spent 15 years chasing that very question. And yeah, he's got some answers about who it could be.
All right, looking forward to that. We've got a jam-packed 2 hours coming your way. We're also watching for any developments out of the White House. In the meantime, let's get an update on today's trading session. For that, we turn things over to Charlie Pellett.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got 54 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 index of small cap shares. They're all trading lower, right to the numbers, with the S&P down 15 now, 56.59 where we stand, a drop now of 0.3%. The Dow lower by 8, down less than 0.1%. Little change. The Dow has been swinging between gains and losses for much of the day. NASDAQ down 77, a drop there of 0.4%. 10-year at 4.23%. The 2-year 3.95%. Gold little change, down 0.1%. 3,044 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%. 68.26 a barrel. Bitcoin right now just above $84,000. Bitcoin lower now by 1.6%. Bottom line here, red on the screen, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading lower. So just how close is the market to a bottom? Katrina Dudley is portfolio manager at Franklin Templeton Investments. She was the guest this morning on Bloomberg The Open.
I think we're very close to hitting its low and forming a bottom. I think trying to time the exact bottom is just too difficult a task. But you look at the market, I think we are so close to a bottom that we are in the camp that this is an opportunity.
Katrina Dudley of Franklin Templeton Public Markets. NVIDIA says it will be opening a quantum research lab in Boston. NVIDIA shares up today on a down day for the rest of the market. Right now we got NVIDIA up by just about 0.7%. As Carol mentioned, a number of high-profile companies reporting after the close of trading: Nike, FedEx, and also Micron Technology. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, the cloud computing provider CoreWeave, it's one of the hottest startups in AI, and some of its investors are seeking to raise as much as $2.7 billion in an IPO. The company and its current shareholders, which, yes, includes NVIDIA, are marketing the shares for $47 to $55 each. This is according to a filing today with the SEC, expected to price next Thursday. From where we bring in Ryan Gould, U.S. IPO and deals reporter for Bloomberg News. Also, Anurag Rana, senior technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ryan's in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Anurag is in Chicago. And that's where I want to start, Anurag, with what exactly CoreWeave does and where it plays. Because the first thing that I notice about this company is, one, its history in cryptocurrency mining, and two, the fact that it's based in Livingston, New Jersey, and not in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, just in the most simplistic way, these guys rent out GPUs for anybody who's interested in taking them. So when we look at the world of AI infrastructure, you're looking at large servers with GPUs in it, and people looking to train their large language models or any other reason they want that kind of infrastructure. It's different than your traditional cloud infrastructure that what we are used to from either AWS or Microsoft. So that is the core business of CoreWeave.
So how is it different? Anurag, as we try to understand the distinctions between kind of all the players in this space?
Yeah, when you look at a traditional cloud services company like AWS, the core of that is a CPU, which is, you can think of this as a chip or a Intel CPU. When you look at somebody like a CoreWeave, they are using NVIDIA GPUs to do the AI training. Remember, the reason why NVIDIA is so hot is because people are using their chips to train their models. So this is a pure play company that is only providing that kind of services to their end clients.
All right, and that's why it's been called, right, one of the first pure play AI companies. Hey, Ryan, come on in on this in terms of what we know about the financials and the pricing and kind of how this might play out in a market that, let's remind everybody, has been a bit volatile. So interesting to see that they're moving ahead here.
For sure. I think there are some really interesting points to make about the timing of this. Clearly, we're a few days away from the end of the quarter almost, and, the NASDAQ could be down for a pretty big slip on the quarter. It's a bellwether IPO for sure for quite a few reasons. I mean, we haven't seen that many large IPOs, so it'll be a test in that regard in just the sense of its stature and its size and profile. But it's also one of those where you're thinking about all of these kind of tailwinds we've been thinking about. So AI and data centers, NVIDIA's in it. It's also happening in the same week that GTC is happening, so right. Interesting timing there. It'll be really interesting because if this doesn't go very well, I don't want to sort of overstate it here, but I don't think we'll see too many more IPOs of size if this one sort of slips on launch.
I mean, this is one of the big ones this year. I mean, at Bloomberg Invest, I talked to the head of the New York Stock Exchange, and this is one of the names, I think that week that we were having that event, they had just come out, with their, kind of starting to talk about how they would roll out in terms of an IPO, and just the valuation of it was pretty substantial.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we put in our story this morning, but this has been pared back because I think we were expecting them to sort of look to raise around $4 billion. Mm-hmm. They're looking to raise as much as 2.7 now at the top end of the range. That's obviously come with a valuation haircut. I think we were sort of thinking that they were going to get a valuation sort of in the region of like 35, 40-ish, and now it's 32 on a fully diluted basis. So they're being reasonable, and it's probably smart on their account because if there is sort of excess demand this week as they begin to market the shares, they could easily come out and say, okay, well, due to the extent of investor demand, we're going to sort of increase the terms, and it could be a very good pop for them on day one.
Brian, there's something that stuck out to the story that you, Jillian, and Bailey wrote about this, and it was about material weakness in internal controls over financial reporting. And certainly every time a company does file to go public, there is a section of an IPO filing where these companies disclose risks to their businesses. But this one was insufficient IT controls over applications supporting financial reporting and also a lack of qualified personnel in related roles. This is according to the filings. Can that be interpreted as a red flag, or is that just a sort of like cover every bases here so we're safe when we do hit the public market? I don't see this one a lot.
It's true, Tim. I think, to be fair, and I don't really have any inside knowledge on this point, but I think it is more of a cover your bases type situation here. Clearly, there are quite a few unknowns, and I think if you're an investor looking at this S1 and you're going through management meetings this week as you think about whether or not you want to put in an order, I think they're just really trying to make sure they've got all the boxes covered, because I don't think that's necessarily something on which a large tier one investor isn't going to place a sizable order, because this could end up being one of the stocks you have to own by the end of this year.
Anurag, I want to bring you back into it. How many times we've talked with you about AI over the last couple of years, and we continue to do so. How are you thinking about kind of where CoreWeave fits into the bigger AI story, and your thoughts about how big a player it could be, or is the jury still out on that one?
See, when you look at the pure play AI infrastructure, this is probably one of the biggest, and I would agree with Ryan. I mean, when we looked at the S1 for the first time, we came up with a valuation range somewhere in that $40 billion range as well. I was surprised to see this morning when I saw the range that it has been pared down this much, which just, I think, reflects the current market condition. It also reflects people getting a little bit concerned about this big buildup in AI infrastructure spending. So, as you remember back, because of DeepSeek, there was a lot of, selling of some of the semiconductor stocks and the the AI infrastructure stock. So I think there is a little bit of skepticism over there as well. But, this is one of the biggest behemoths when it comes to AI infrastructure plays. So this IPO needs to, it has to do well for others to follow. Otherwise, it's not going to be good for the space.
Anurag, as someone who follows this whole area and looks at a company and looks at the balance sheets and the financials, I mean, here you've got a company, 77% of its revenue came from its top 2 customers, including Microsoft. We always talk about it's never good to have too much of your client. It's great to have a client like Microsoft, but it's still not too great to have so much of your business concentrated in a customer or 2 customers. I mean, that is something that they're going to have to broaden out, correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. See, one of the things you would think about it is, if you look at their 2024 revenue, which is $1.9 billion, that's nothing compared to the capex that's going by the hyperscale cloud providers, which we think is going to top, $350 billion this year. So there is a large end market for this kind of service. And for Microsoft, they have publicly said that down the road, FY 27-28, they won't be building a lot of these things inside or the data center capacity. They will be leasing it to companies outside, and CoreWeave again is one of their top customers. Or
Ryan, what do you make of
their providers?
Sorry to jump in there, Anurag. Ryan, what do you make of this Microsoft question here and the reliance that the company does have on revenue from Microsoft? About 77% of CoreWeave's revenue came from top 2 customers, one of which was Microsoft, accounted for nearly 2/3 of overall sales. That seems to be like something investors are going to pay attention to.
It is, Tim, but I think we haven't mentioned yet that they struck that OpenAI pact last week, right? Worth $11.9 billion. Obviously, who's the big investor in OpenAI? It's Microsoft, and Microsoft has to, help OpenAI out with Azure. So I think you kind of need to put that around all of this when you're thinking about the concentration factor. Yes, sure, it's a risk, probably, from a sort of pure fundamentals point of view. But I think if you look at just where these sort of intertwined webs are, you have the NVIDIA chips. They've got, 32 data centers, with 250,000 NVIDIA GPUs. I think it's a small shop here, right, of very familiar players.
Just got about a minute left here. Just real quickly, Anurag, what are you going to be watching as this company goes public and you get to peek a little bit deeper into financials?
I think the biggest question is going to be what is going to be their capex going into the next few years, because this is an area where everybody is watching very closely. Whether do we have infinite capacity to fund some of these large language model training, or are we going to see some scale back? I think that remains the most important question, because you can invest a lot right now, but if you don't see the big return coming in terms of gross margins, then it's going to be the big question is going to be whether you treat this like a utility or you treat it like a cloud provider.
Ryan, 5 seconds. So IPO next week, we're expecting?
Should be pricing next Thursday.
All right, looking forward to that. Guys, thank you so much. Ryan Gould, U.S. IPO and Deals reporter at Bloomberg News right here in studio and out there in Chicago. Anurag Rana, Senior Technology Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. When we come back, I should say, we're going to check in with Peter Atwater.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow now higher. Has been that kind of a day. Choppy session for the Dow, but up now by 36. That is a gain of 0.1%. The S&P, NASDAQ, they are both in the red right now, along with the NASDAQ 100 index and the Russell 2000. Keep it all in context here. We got the S&P down 8, drop there of 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 54, down 0.3%. NASDAQ 100 Index also down 0.3%, while the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares lower now by just about 0.4%. A day after the Fed decision and Jay Powell's news conference, we've got the 10-year at 4.23%, the 2-year 3.95%. Gold, little changed on the day, down 0.1%, $3,045 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, $68.26 a barrel. Coming up after the close of trading, several big earnings reports, including Nike. Analysts expect Nike's quarterly sales to decline by 11%. Brooke Roach is an analyst with Goldman Sachs. She says it is still early in Nike's turnaround story.
I think one of the big questions is whether or not they will be able to return the North America market to growth. We believe that the reset in North America is very important. We are seeing signs of improved marketing. We are seeing signs of improved innovation. And we are seeing some signs that the North America consumer is engaging with that improved marketing and innovation.
Goldman's Brooke Roach. Also coming up after the close of trading, we'll hear from Micron Technology and economic bellwether FedEx. Again, recapping here, the Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ, both in the red, S&P down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. I do appreciate it. Well, the NASDAQ 100 is in correction. It's down about 11% from its January highs. The S&P 500, Carol, it's down by 8%. Look, corrections happen. Stocks go down. Yet the volatility that we're seeing right now, stemming from a back-and-forth trade war, uncertainty over future economic conditions, that's something, Carol, that investors in this market may not be used to.
That's for sure. And the question that Peter Atwater has for investors is, do they stay buckled in the passenger seat with President Trump behind the wheel, or do they jump from the car? It is great to have back with us on Bloomberg Business Week Peter Atwater. He's president of Financial Insights and adjunct professor of economics at William & Mary. He's also author of the 2023 book, The Confidence Map, Charting a Path from Chaos to Clarity. He also coined the term K-shaped recovery. He joins us from Williamsburg, Virginia. Peter, so good to be talking with you again. I feel like I'm not even quite sure where to start because there's so much coming at us. The volatility, you know, you get into investors feeling vulnerable, uncertain, powerless. Sentiment is a big factor. I don't know, this market environment, like, where do we go from here? Do we even know? Bill Dudley of the New York Fed said, you know, really that the Fed doesn't even really kind of know where to go next.
Yeah, we never really know where to go. But what's so interesting to me about where we are today is that there has been this huge mind shift from inauguration day to today. So, you know, coming into inauguration, people were fantasizing wildly about where the markets were going, where the new administration was going to take the economy and the markets. And since then, investors have had to come to grips with the fact that there is, without question, a shift in behavior out of Washington where President Trump is behind the wheel. And so investors are used to being in the passenger seat with specific companies, with, you know, next to CEOs for good and for ill. But now they're having to look at their entire portfolio and decide, are the investments I'm involved in going to be beneficiaries of the new administration or victims of them?
It's just so interesting to hear this because I think there's this narrative that emerged following the first Trump administration that this is a guy who looks to the Dow and the S&P 500 as a scorecard, as a sort of report card. And indeed, during his first administration, he touted numbers there. Yet we've heard a different narrative emerge this time, Peter. Do you buy it that he's not paying attention to the stock market?
One of the things we know about President Trump is he loves to cite metrics that work in his favor. So I'm not surprised with the markets dropping that he's looking for alternative measures of consumer and satisfaction in the economy. But I think at the end of the day, what he is trying to demonstrate more than anything else is that he and he alone is going to dictate economic policy, American diplomatic policy, and that everyone else needs to come to grips with that.
But is there a point, like, yeah, no, it's interesting, Peter, because how many conversations I've had with folks and they're like, oh, you know how this is going to play out. It's just like you reported on it the first go round, and it feels so different. And I think so many people are realizing this is different this time around. Having said that, is there a point, a breaking point, where the team around the president somehow has a bigger say, like they did in the first administration? Because right now it does feel like, absolutely, like you lay it out, the president's in the driver's seat and everyone is there in the back seat to back him up.
Yeah, one of the things that I say to my students is falling confidence, individuals grow spines. And so what we're likely to see is that should the markets continue to drop, should consumer confidence continue to fall, those around him will feel compelled to react. Whether that's sufficient or not, we don't know. And to be fair, Carol, there are a number of organizations and individuals who feel wildly empowered now. And so we're in this interesting moment where individuals and organizations are having to decide in which camp do they expect to fall. Because one of the things we see with dominant leaders such as Trump is there are clear benefits and there are also clear punishment.
Well, how do you advise people to weather this storm, if you indeed think it is a storm? Because there are a lot of people we talk to, Peter, who say, okay, wait a second. Once he gets tax cuts figured out, once we get to April and there's more clarity when it comes to trade, things will become less volatile. What do you say to that?
So I think that investors have to be thinking, I say a lot, plan for what you can imagine, but be prepared for what you can't. In this environment, investors and corporate executives need to have two playbooks at once. One is in anticipation of things going in their favor, but also a very clear playbook for if this goes against me, what do I do? What are my preparations planned ahead in anticipation of that? Because the outcome here is going to be very binary. And that's what we see over and over, is that when you create beneficiaries and victims, the vulnerability that comes from the victims sets things in motion. We're seeing that in Europe right now, where the geopolitical vulnerability has leaders on edge and they're mobilizing in response.
I'm going to ask you something crazy, Peter. Is one of the outcomes here, on an investor perspective, that the U.S. becomes uninvestable in your view?
I think that is a clear possibility. I think that investors have to be made comfortable that the United States is interested in foreign capital, in retaining domestic capital, and appreciate, Tim, that if you look at labor, goods, and capital, we've already seen restrictions and walls go up on the immigration front. We're seeing tariffs creating friction in terms of the mobility of goods. It is, to me, only a question of time when capital falls into that same playing field where public policy begins to intervene, and not just in the United States, but globally, in terms of wanting it, not wanting it, hoarding it, pushing it away, those are completely in sync with what we're seeing with labor and goods.
All right, so playing this out, Peter, what kind of economy then is the U.S. economy? How different might it become?
I think one of the things that is so unusual about where we are is that we're coming off of extraordinary invulnerability, invincibility, particularly in tech. And so this to me is a very different setup than we saw in 2016, in that valuations and economic growth may already be peaking, may already have peaked. And so the administration, I think, needs to be very sensitive to the risk that they're pouring water on a fire that was already poised to go out.
Peter, one thing I do think about too, and I think we talk about it, is, God, it always happens whenever there's a new administration. Okay, in 2 years we have, or less than 2 years, we have midterms, and in another 4 years we have another presidential election, or less than 4 years. Is the world, though, moving on in many ways? Because it just feels like no matter what changes politically again, it just can't count on the U.S. like it has.
Yeah, I think that trust, when broken, is incredibly difficult to rebuild. And as I talk to folks from Europe, it is unquestionable that they feel that trust with the United States has been broken. And so the likelihood that the midterms or even the 2028 election sphere will bring back what has been isn't the case. Extreme vulnerability changes us, and we will not endure it again. And as I look at what we're seeing, particularly in Europe right now, they are poised to make sure that the vulnerability they've just experienced doesn't come back to bite them.
All right, so just to stress again, because Tim asked about, is the U.S., not really a market you want to invest in, then perhaps in the future. What's your advice to investors? I mean, we've seen Europe certainly outperform. It came from a lower base and valuations were different. Just got about 30 seconds. Should investors be looking in Europe or elsewhere?
I think investors have to be more diversified globally than they are. Most American investors are far too concentrated in the U.S. right now to begin with. But I think that the administration needs to demonstrate that as a place to put capital, America remains the preferred choice globally. And that is now, I think, very much in question.
All right, Peter, we got to run. Thank you so much. But another really big conversation, so important to the environment today. Peter, thank you again. Peter Atwater, President of Financial Insights, Adjunct Professor over at William & Mary of Economics, and author of the book, The Confidence Map. Coming up next, we're going to drive to the close with the asset allocation strategist over at Simplify Asset Management on a day where markets are searching for direction.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks in a really choppy session today with the Dow currently down 50 points, was up 285. The S&Ps are down 15, while the NASDAQ is down by 0.4%. The U.S. 10 yield is at 4.23%. Gold is in the red, oil is in the green, and Bitcoin, that's falling by 1.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and the financials. Tech was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH and Goldman Sachs, while IBM fell 4% and led to the downside. After earnings, Accenture fell 8%, and the tech space, Apple shook up its AI executive ranks in a bid to turn around Siri. And wrapping things up, Nike, Micron, and FedEx. I'll report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over at your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, look at that. We got less than 20 minutes to go until the close of U.S. trading here. In San Francisco, Carol Massar is in New York. That's where the equity markets are, at least for now, until everything moves to Texas, Carol, right?
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
It's like, I know
I'm talking about the NASDAQ. Was it the NASDAQ this week that said they
I think it was the NASDAQ.
might be opening up a
little
shop in Texas?
I know, everything's going to Texas or Florida.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Hey, let's stay in California, though, and talk to Paisley Nardini, portfolio manager at Simplify Asset Management. They've got about $7 billion in assets under management. Paisley joins us from Newport Beach, California, where I imagine it is sunny and warm, like it is every single day. Paisley, good to have you with us this afternoon. We're looking at a market right now that earlier in the day was searching for direction, but now solidly in the red, down the S&P 500 by about 0.3%. We just spoke to Peter Atwater all about the uncertainty playing out right now. What are you hearing from clients, given the uncertainty in the environment?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. Exciting day. It's opening day of March Madness as well, so I'm sure many people are multitasking as they're listening in and looking at their brackets. But I would concur with what Peter had shared around market uncertainty. I mean, coming into this year, one of my kind of theories is around this chaos theory. And really what this means is a dynamic balance between order and disorder. And how does this relate to markets? Well, it means that small changes can have these disproportionate large effects, which ultimately just provides a greater backdrop of uncertainty and risk. I think the positive note coming out of that, though, is that there is also opportunity where there is uncertainty. So as we're chatting with clients, as we're hearing concerns, I think for the most part, although markets have entered an official correction, or they had, it seems like we may have found a floor. How can clients think about navigating this? I mean, we've seen so much interest as clients are looking for diversifiers. It's really been the thorn in the side of a balanced portfolio for the last decade or so. So it's really healthy to see some of these tides shifting. And I think a lot of what we've seen year to date so far has been more of a rotation trade than an all-out recession flag. I mean, if we were expecting a recession, I think we would see the 10-year break below this kind of arbitrary kind of floor of 4.25. We're kind of hovering around that. For whatever reason, markets don't want to break below that. Even today, as we talk about being in the red here at the close, not all areas of the equity market are in the red. I think we've seen, again, this rotation into international markets. We've seen a rotation into more, outside the top 5 or 7 names in the S&P 500. So as we're looking out, I think we're going to continue to see more of this uncertainty, which provides a backdrop of risk. But if clients are prepared and they have their portfolios positioned to weather this uncertainty, take advantage of these opportunities through diversifiers and alternatives, I think people are kind of looking out and maybe optimistic of what the next couple months could provide.
How are you thinking about the factor that is the President of the United States and the policies? And as we just talked with Peter Atwater, you know, his seeming to not kind of care about the equity markets, which everybody was so certain he would, and the policies that are being put in place, be it geopolitically, tariffs, you know, alienating allies, you know, whether or not this is a significant shift, certainly is a shift from what we've seen from past presidents in terms of policy, but is it something that is much more lasting, that makes the U.S. economy a very different economy and the U.S. investment market a very different market? Are you having those kinds of conversations in and around the office? Are clients wondering whether, you know, what is the U.S. market that they've known for so long? Is it different going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say, first and foremost, when we found out Trump was going to be the president again, markets became euphoric. We were focused on deregulation. We were focused on tax cuts. We saw a massive spike in small business optimism. Consumers were excited. And I think we had too much euphoria. We weren't really looking through the noise at the time. And so now what we're faced with is this kind of negative kickoff to the year, and really this focus on tariffs and the implications of that. I think that's going to be short-lived. I think tariffs are really being seen as a negotiation tactic. And as we all know, whether you love him or hate him, wonderful negotiator, able to kind of pull strings, get what he wants. And so I think as we look out, really Trump's focused on how to get what he wants out of this. And the tariffs, of course, are just noise in the interim. And so as we're speaking with clients, I think coming into this year, a lot of that euphoria was quickly kind of eroded. And I think that's what we're experiencing right now, just the digestion of what this uncertainty and this noise might mean. I think as it relates to the administration, they've also been quite explicit that they're not concerned about the stock market. At the end of the day, stock market drives a lot of activity in the economy and vice versa. So I think that's maybe just kind of a narrative that they're putting out there. But I do think we need to take that at face value, because we haven't really seen kind of the administration or politicians jump in to put kind of a put or a floor on the markets. And I think that's a divergence than what we've seen in the past. I think historically we've seen, you know, whether it was not the president explicitly, but a lot of people in power and even at the Fed coming through and ensuring the markets that everything was going to be fine. And as Scott Bessent shared last week or the week prior, we're in a detox period. And I think it's rare to actually hear them come out and say that, because that they're essentially alerting us all that we should be prepared for volatility. And so as we focus on what it may look like as markets detox, we're focused on diversification as a response to how to get through that.
Okay. Well, that's where I want to go, Paisley, because you're a portfolio manager and asset allocation strategist. So how are you diversifying client portfolios right now? And look, I know one size doesn't fit all. An 80-year-old's not going to have the same portfolio as a 40-year-old. But in general, what could you say?
Yeah, in general, I'd say we're really focused on unique sources of risk and return. We're looking at, you know, from a correlation perspective, asset classes or strategies that are not going to move in tandem as or if equities sell off. And I think with that backdrop as well, investors have become really comfortable over the last 10 to 15 years that all you need in a portfolio is stocks and bonds. Bonds have been that ballast. Bonds show up for your portfolio when we see equity volatility. And really since mid-2022, bonds haven't been that ballast. We've seen a bit of a rally year to date. I think there's a little bit of kind of short-lived. Are we going to see rates continue to rally as equities sell off? Perhaps not, just given kind of where we are from a deficit perspective. There's obviously some pressure on rates, also just given inflation. So how can investors think beyond just the stock bond portfolio? And a comment I had shared last week is really thinking beyond like what we call this two-legged stool, and really thinking about incorporating that third leg of the stool for stability. And that third leg is alternative, it's diversifiers. So whether we're talking about commodities, obviously we've seen significant tailwinds year to date in gold, just given the uncertainty. But we think there's a broader opportunity in commodities beyond just gold, and especially if you're dynamic in your commodity allocations, being able to go long and short. Beyond commodities, we're also looking at divergence in policy from interest rates, which might support currencies as well.
Got to run. Paisley, thank you so much. Paisley Nardini, portfolio manager at Simplify Asset Management, joining us there from Newport Beach, California. Gold futures, by the way, up about 14% this year. This is Business Week.
is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're just under 7 minutes to go until we count you down to the close on this Thursday. Got a few earnings, some big ones, FedEx and Nike coming your way as well. So we'll be breaking those down with the TV team in just a moment. Meantime, we want to get to one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. Carol Massar here in New York, Tim Stenovec out there in our San Francisco News Bureau. And Tim, I can't even believe that we're going to be talking about this.
You're talking about congestion pricing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just started, right? Just started in New York City.
Just started in January in New York.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of studies about it. The city has already brought in more than it thought it would. Also, studies have shown that it has brought down traffic. The Trump administration doesn't like it. President Trump talked about repealing it on the campaign trail. Well, now it's reiterated a demand for New York to end its congestion pricing program. It provides officials with a 30-day extension to turn off the tolls. Remember, Governor Hochul said that she will not turn off the tolls.
Yeah, exactly. We'll wait to see what she has to say. Yeah, as you said, program is expected to raise $15 billion to modernize subway signals, making stations accessible and extend the 2nd Avenue subway all the way to Harlem. That was a really nice subway that made its debut. Took a long time, was pretty expensive, but it's pretty nice. I'm just going to say that. MTA, by the way, relies on about $2.5 billion worth of federal dollars annually and is anticipating 20% of its upcoming multi-year capital plan to be financed by federal funding. So here is kind of the yin and yang and why this matters in terms of how President Trump feels about congestion pricing, because maybe we talk about the president being, some would say, very transactional. We do see it play out, and whether or not that could be held back unless New York City rolls back the congestion pricing. I'm just kind of playing that out. I'm not saying.
Look what Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, wrote on X. He said, "No, the billions of dollars the federal government sends to New York are not a blank check. Continued noncompliance will not be taken lightly."
Sounds like a threat.
It does. I mean, look, I think that it's fair to say that the state, the MTA, would say, we'll see you in court. This is going to go to the courts, and the courts will decide this. But
yeah,
I don't know. It also raises the question, Carol, I think, about states' rights versus federal government's role in state matters.
Well, if states yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it doesn't seem like there's necessarily consistency here with what the Trump administration has talked about with other things. For example, sending abortion to the states for the states to decide, right?
That's exactly.
Go ahead.
No, that's exactly where we should go, because, I mean, you bring up this issue, and that's what people say to me. They're like, well, wait a minute. So states have the right to decide whether or not they can allow abortions in their state, but yet we can on something like this? Like, it is very unclear in terms of what states' rights are. So I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, who knows? Do we have time to talk about this real estate story?
Where you want to go?
Yeah.
Which one?
I want to talk about Larry Ellison and his move to Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talked about this. This area of Florida. Larry Ellison has joined the Billionaires Real Estate Club in Florida, just 10 miles south of Palm Beach, the Florida town of, I don't even know how to say this, maybe because I'm not a billionaire. Manalapan? Once served as a rival winter retreat.
Manalapan? Yeah.
For the likes of the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers before being overshadowed by its bigger, more glamorous neighbor. Now, a new cadre of wealthy residents arrived, none making a bigger splash than Larry Ellison.
All right. Elizabeth says Manalapan.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
If you have to ask, you can't afford it. He's spent at least $450 million on real estate in where, Carol?
Manalapan, Florida.
Okay. Since 2022, $450 million
keep in mind, it's a 16-acre estate, and then there's the 309-room hotel. So it's not just a cozy little house.
He says he's gonna, some locals speculate he's going to turn it into a resort, ultra-luxury resort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? You have to ask the price. Moving on. We're going to move on to the market close, folks. It's kind of been a mellow day, down day, not quite sure which way to go day, but that doesn't mean there haven't been some stocks on the move. And we've got some earnings. Over to our TV colleagues. Closing bell starts now.
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
We're about 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Alex Steele here alongside Scarlett Fu here to help take you through the closing bell in a global simulcast. We're joined now by Carol Master and Tim Stenovic, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide. We're going to parse through the most crucial moments of the trading day. Guys, S&P cannot close in positive territory, it looks like. Really made a run for it, though.
Yeah, I mean, certainly trying, right? But what a kind of limpy day. Having said that, there are some stocks that we've definitely seen kind of move big time to the upside or to the downside. We'll get into that in just a moment, but it just feels like, Tim, a market looking for direction.
Yeah, maybe earnings after the bell will provide a little direction. A check on the consumer with Nike. We get some tech with Micron. We get an idea of what people are sending and transports with FedEx. I don't know, though.
There's not a whole lot of conviction out there, and you see it reflected in the price action across equities and across all the other asset classes. And of course, April 2nd seems to be the date looming over everyone's head. We're going to get some clarity. I don't know if that's the case.
No, we talked to Mike Wilson at Morgan Stanley and Mark Newton of Fundstrat, and both of them were saying maybe we kind of troughed here, bottomed out. Time to kind of bring money back into the U.S. from that way. Maybe tech, maybe financials. I thought that was kind of interesting.
On the negative side, we talked with Peter Atwater over at William & Mary, and he has his own investment firm. And we talked to him about maybe is the U.S. market becoming uninvestable, which is, he kind of said yes, or possibly. So
really?
Yeah.
In favor of Europe? Other markets?
Yeah, other markets, like time to look outside. Yeah.
Anything but.
One of the possibilities he sees.
One of the possibilities. All right, guys, there it is. The closing bell. Womp womp. Could not get there. S&P closing down by about 0.2%. Tried to make a run into positive territory earlier in the day. Just could not hold it. The NASDAQ off by about 0.4%. But off the lows of the session there, the Dow is pretty much flat. But guys, it was kind of across the board. The Russell underperforming, mid caps underperforming, and the equal weighted down by about the same as the S&P, guys.
Micron is out. I'm just going to kind of run to those earnings just because they just crossed the Bloomberg terminal.
Go for it.
Certainly one. Second quarter adjusted EPS, guys, $1.56. That's a beat. $1.43 is what the street was looking for. Let me go to the outlook because that's what the street always cares about. Micron sees third quarter adjusted revenue of $8.6 billion to $9 billion. So that is above the street estimate of $8.55 billion. You are seeing the stock up about 2.5% in the aftermarket. Going back to the last quarter, second quarter adjusted revenue, that came in better than what the street was expecting, $8.05 billion versus $7.91 billion. And second quarter adjusted gross margin, 37.9%, a little bit light. Street was looking for their 38.4%, but again, it looks like, guys, investors focusing on that outlook, also saying on track for significantly improved profitability. So investors seem to like what they are getting from the company. All right, let's go back to the market, guys, because as we said, it does feel like a market that is looking for something to give it some clearer direction at this point. Having said that, most names in the S&P 500, Scarlett, lower today, 318 to the downside, 178 to the upside.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP, which looks at the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. A real mixed bag here, but what's notable is that none of the industries moved more than 0.6%. Your best performers, energy, utilities, gaining about 0.4%. Financials, barely higher by 0.2%. The decliners, materials losing about 2/3%. Staples down 0.5%, along with technology off of by 0.5%.
All right, a lot of red there, and I got to say some of my gainers were more in the green earlier today. Take Five Below, up almost 9% at its highs today, finishing the day with just a gain of about 0.7%, so well off its best levels of the session. Discount retailer, we broke the earnings after the close last night, did report fourth quarter results that beat expectations. Still, some analysts are cautious about the outlook. We got some more earnings.
Yeah, we have FedEx reporting, of course, a bellwether for the economy. Let's start with the third quarter adjusted EPS, $4.51, missing the consensus estimate by 6 cents. The operating margin for the third quarter was 6.8%, also below the expected 7.06%. Revenue for the period, $22.2 billion. That was higher than anticipated. FedEx is progressing its FedEx Freight spinoff preparation, so that is still moving as planned. As for the full year outlook, adjusted EPS will be $18 to $18.60 a share. Previously, it saw $19 to $20, so that probably accounts for the 2.9% drop you're seeing in after-hours trading.
Yeah, I just want to mention some commentary. The company saying our revised earnings outlook reflects continued weakness and uncertainty in the U.S. industrial economy, which is constraining demand for our business-to-business services. They say, despite this uncertainty, I'm confident we are well positioned to execute on our transformation. But, you know, once again, we're getting commentary certainly about the economy. And as you guys said, stock is down here in the post-market, down about 3%. Company also saying sees fiscal year adjusted EPS $18 to $18.60 a share. It had seen $19 to $20 a share. So again, now the stock down more than 4%. So that's kind of a negative tone, to say the least. All right, I'm going to go back to some gainers. There were a few. Meta Platforms, again, up about 4.5% at its highs today, finishing with just a gain of about 1/3 of 1%. You can just see the negative tone in the market, even after stocks that were rallying earlier in the session. Not quite sure why, although we did see Meta AI's intelligent chat function is going to be rolled out across 21 overseas territories and available in 6 European languages, according to a statement. So they continue to spread that out. And then Darden did hold on to most of its gains, up about 6% here at the close. Did hit a 52-week high today. Company saying on the conference call that its implied fourth quarter guidance includes comp sales growth above 3%, which is ahead of the consensus view of 2.3%. Keep in mind the stock was up more than 8%, but still, Tim, finishing with a gain of just shy of 6% today.
Okay, you got the gainers, I got the decliners today. I had to do some last-minute shuffling because of a little buying toward the end of the day, but no worries, everything's in the red still. Apple down by 0.5 percentage point today. It was down more earlier in the session, but we saw some buying late into the close. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman reported that Apple is undergoing this rare executive shakeup when it comes to AI. Mike Rockwell is taking over Siri and reporting to software chief Craig Federighi, removing Siri and AI's head from his command. So that's a rare executive shakeup there. Investors sending shares down by about 0.5 percentage point today, down 14.5% so far this year. I want to take a look also at what happened with Accenture today. We'll do that in a second, starting with D-Wave, though. D-Wave Quantum down 18% today. Quantum computing shares sank today. This after industry leaders spoke at the NVIDIA GTC event. Jensen Huang was there as well. It's part of this chip makers week-long conference. Remember, in January, Huang sparked a sell-off in quantum computing related stocks after saying, quote, very useful quantum computers were probably decades away. The comments today didn't help the quantum stocks that much. Once again, D-Wave Computing down about 18%. And finally, what happened with Accenture today is really interesting. In the commentary that we got, shares fell by more than 7% today. These are ADRs after the company reported a slowdown in its U.S. government work due to DOGE cuts, including a decrease in new procurement actions amid President Trump's spending crackdown. Accenture anticipates ongoing uncertainty in its government work as the administration's priorities evolve, and it's updated its risk factors to include the risks inherent in government contracting and the government contracting environment.
Yeah, there's like two sides, right? You got the FedEx, which is reflecting the macro business environment, and then you have the specifics from companies that have been hurt by that. Okay, let's go to the bond market. Nothing happening. It was a snoozer, but a little bit of buying in the front end. That was the best I can get for you. 10-year yield, though, quite interesting. So Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence was saying, look, we probably put in the high for the 10-year. We just need to find the bottom for the 10-year, but the action now, because of the economic conditions and the Fed, is really going to come in the 2-year. So watch that space.
All right, got to look for some stories that kind of make us happy today. And it certainly made, here's a story that made a worker over in Canada really happy. His name is Charles Coffey. He's 81. He's a former Royal Bank of Canada executive. He's been there for a long, long time. Turns out he won the top prize in the Ontario lottery. And Tim, that meant a fair amount of money.
He first thought he'd won only $25,000 Canadian. But then he got his glasses, he took a closer look.
Oh my goodness.
So sweet.
It was actually $25 million Canadian, which, quick math, $17.4 million US. He's 81 years old, and he's long talked about what he's done with philanthropy and giving, and he said this gives him an opportunity to support causes, but first he's going to take his kids or his family on vacation.
I love that. Is he going to take them out of Canada or stay in Canada?
Probably not in the U.S.
Yeah, given what's
just
happening.
Paraphrasing.
But that's a great story. It's a feel-good story, and I think we all need feel-good stories right now.
Agreed. What do you guys got?
What do we have?
Oh, Finland.
Oh, Oh,
this is yours.
Yes.
Yeah, Finland. So apparently,
is a regular thing.
Finland has been ranked as the world's happiest country for an 8th year. U.S. falling to
24th
24th place,
24,
lowest
25
ever level.
But look at that chart, right? For those on radio, number 1, Finland, number 2, Denmark, number 3, Iceland, number 4, Sweden. What do they all have in common? They're all in the Nordic region.
Yeah, which is weird because it's cold there.
Yeah, but they have that, was it Hygge?
They also have a
coziness
They also
factor.
have a pretty robust capital markets, right? So you actually can get like innovation and technology companies, like a lot of the small ones, like are also from there, which is actually just
And they have
cool.
a social safety net too, provided by the state.
All right, let's
What
go.
about the weather, though? What about the weather?
Chilly.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Long
we
nights.
agree with you.
Long
we
nights.
agree with you.
Long winters.
But they're still
Did-
happy.
Just one last thing. Did you see that believing that others will return your lost wallet is like a key indicator of figuring out like happiness or a population happiness?
But they don't use cash anymore, right? Don't they all use
Maybe that's why it makes them
Bitcoin and
happier.
crypto and electronic
you got
money?
IDs in there, those stupid coupons you put in there?
Maybe.
All right, guys.
Everyone likes coupons.
I'm a little bit happier right
On
now
your phone,
because of
though.
these stories. All right, we got to go. That's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it The Closing Bell. We'll see you again. Same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week, insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, we are looking at shares of FedEx. They're down about 4.4% here in the aftermarket. We just broke down their earnings, and what really has gotten investors a little bit freaked out is that FedEx has cut its full-year profit outlook for a third consecutive quarter as mounting economic uncertainty adds to sputtering demand, already squeezing the parcel company's bottom line. I mean, Tim, we just read out that commentary from the company about kind of the uncertain U.S. economic outlook, and that certainly has caught our attention and investors' attention.
Yeah, it certainly has. Like you mentioned, shares are lower in the after hours. Lee Glasgow's had just a couple of minutes to look over this. I want to bring him right in. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst, joining us from New Jersey. Lee, a third instance in a row, third quarter in a row, as Carol mentioned, of that cut, plus the commentary that I think is sparking some concerns about or from investors. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so, following FedEx, they have a long history of not really coming into where they are setting a target. And a lot of that has to do with the unpredictability of their business. And when I say that, they're not always missing expectations. Sometimes they raise expectations because things feel a little better. The downgrade really isn't that surprising, and I think that's why the stock is probably only down 4%, as you mentioned. It obviously could go a little further, but I don't think it's that surprising because at the end of the day, there's an extreme amount of uncertainty out there, not only in the U.S. economy, but the ripple effect of tariffs and maybe an increased trade war with other countries will have on the global economy. From our vantage point, the demand picture is probably not as good as we thought it might have been 3 months ago, when President Trump was elected and, people thought the animal spirits will be released and, we'd have a less regulation, kind of lower tax environment, which is obviously better for business. But fast forward to today, companies are reeling in their CapEx because they just don't know what the future holds. And you can kind of see that in FedEx numbers. They kind of lower their CapEx expectations as well slightly. I don't really know if that has to do with tariffs. We'll probably hear more about that on their earnings call.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Lee, what is the number one question that you would put forth to the FedEx team about what you want to know about to get a better gauge of their business and maybe the health of the economy or lack thereof?
Yeah, I'm really not so concerned about the macro because they're going to have to deal with it like anybody else is going to have to deal with it. Even you and I are going to have to deal with it. But what I want to know is how is the restructuring program going? They have a lot of productivity initiatives. They're kind of dealing with the fact that they walked away from the U.S. postal business because it was low margin business for them. And, they're restructuring their air network. They're restructuring their ground and express businesses. And I just want to know, how is that going? And some of those restructurings really haven't hit the U.S. A lot of that is going on up in Canada, where they're trying to combine, parts of their ground and express network. And once they do that, they'll probably move that process down here into the U.S. because right now they're operating two separate networks, which has a lot of built-in inefficiencies with that. And so I'd really want to know about that. And I also want to know, where are they with the spin out of their less than truckload business, FedEx Freight. FedEx is the largest LTL carrier in North America, and they're planning to spin that out. And they gave a really long runway timetable for when that's going to happen, which could mean it could happen in 2026. One would think that they might be able to figure that out a little sooner rather than later. And that would be really great for shareholders because an LTL carrier tends to have a lot better multiples than a parcel carrier. And some of that benefit is being lost in the FedEx stock because the FedEx Freight business is a small part of the overall company.
If anyone is questioning Lee's commitment to transport, logistics, and shipping, look no further than the shelves behind him in what I believe is his home office, which has not one, not two, not three, but maybe half a dozen different trucks from different companies, Lee. I know my 6-year-old, I'm not going to let my 6-year-old go over there. He'd get kind of wild with the toys, but I know they're not toys. Hey, I'm curious about tariffs here. And how investors in FedEx should think about tariffs. Do we think that there will be less shipping cross-border as a result of tariff policies enacted by the Trump administration, and will that hit FedEx?
So when I think of tariffs, what I'm really worried or concerned about is, like I mentioned earlier, that companies are going to be spending less, and then consumers, because it is inflationary, no matter how much people want to say that it's not, there is an inflationary component of it, whether all of it gets pushed off to the consumer or, the companies that are charged the tariff kind of to let it eat into their own margins. But, people's purchasing power are going to be hurt. So that's obviously not good for the economy. And that could have a ripple effect across all the transports that I cover. Right now when we're looking, you mentioned all my beautiful trucks behind me. The trucking market right now, the recovery is extremely fragile. We're seeing some good signs, but the rug can be really pulled out from under that recovery should demand kind of wane from where we thought it was going to go.
All right. Lee, thank you so much. Really glad we could talk to you about FedEx. Of course, he is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst Lee Klaskow. FedEx shares down 4%. And we've got Nike crossing the Bloomberg terminal as well. Taking a look at the third quarter revenue, $11.27 billion. That's better than what the street was expecting. The street analysts were looking for $11.03 billion. Third quarter gross margin coming in at 41.5%. That's a little light. The street was looking for 41.9%. Third quarter EPS, 54 cents a share. That compares with 77 cents a share 1 year ago. And then third quarter Greater China EBIT, $421 million. Tim, that's a big miss. Estimate was for $559.4 million.
I'm looking at the reaction after hours. Remember, volume can be low, and you don't necessarily know what the company has said. This is just headline reaction. We saw shares jump as high as 5.8%. Now they're just up 0.9%. It seems like investors, or maybe more accurately, Carol, the algorithms are trying to make sense of this. Numbers, third quarter revenue, as you mentioned, coming in at $11.27 billion. That was a beat on the top line. Gross margin coming in just shy of estimates at 41.5%. Estimates are for 41.9%. The company also reported third quarter EPS of 54 cents. Last year was 77 cents per share. Greater China EBIT, as you mentioned, Carol, coming in shy of estimates at 421 million, estimates were for $559.4 million.
All right, so let's see what our own Poonam Goyal has to say. She's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for e-commerce, athleisure, and off-price retail, joining us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. And I want to just quick pull up what Nike's doing. As Tim said, the stock's been bouncing around. It's now up almost 3%. Poonam, what jumps out? A bunch of headlines, of course, in this earnings report. What's important?
Yeah, I think, look, they're making progress. The numbers were better than we expected, especially on the top line, down 9% versus the expectations of down low double digits. So making progress, not still, where you want to see them, but clearly moving in the right direction. What also stood out was the gross margin. It was a little better, and that's also a good sign. But, what we're really watching for, Carol, is that the inventory number here, right? Because that is the reason why sales are down so much, because they have to get rid of all this inventory and they're discounting it. So we still need to see that improve. And it means that 4Q, their fiscal 4Q, could still be choppy, but they are moving in the right direction.
There is an inventory number, $7.54 billion, down 2.4% year over year. The estimate was for $7.48 billion. So the street was looking for it to be maybe pared back even more.
Yes, and if you think about inventory, their sales are down 9%. You would expect inventory growth to mirror sales growth. That is the right balance in retail. So up 2% versus sales down 9%, you could see there's still a big disconnect there.
All right, looking at shares in the after hours, higher by just about 2.6% right now. Okay, so Poonam, let's talk about China, because is it becoming less and less of a part of Nike's story, or is it still really important? That EBIT number is really shy of estimates at $421 million. Analysts and investors wanted to see $559.4 million.
So China's still important, and it's not working right now. It's not doing as we would expect it to do right now, but that's not a Nike problem alone. It's a problem for most of athleisure. Many athleisure companies like the Nikes are struggling in China. They're having ups and downs and moments. But I do think that if you think 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line, China is still a key growth area for the athleisure names, and it's an area that they want to get right. So it's still very, very important, but clearly it's not doing so well right now.
What's top of mind for you in terms of the call, and what more you would like to know from the company at this point? New CEO, right? And you said they're working on some different things. We did see the chief financial officer, I'm looking at the statement, our outlook for the second half of fiscal 2025, driven by our win now actions, remains consistent with what we communicated last quarter. I don't know what that really tells us. But you know this company. What does it tell us, if nothing, but what are you then thinking that has to be the first question or second question to the execs on the call?
So I want to hear Hill talk about the innovation that's coming up over the calendar year. I want to hear him talk about the new Skims partnership. I think it's a really big deal. I think it's a great move. And I just want to hear how they're going to really get back into sport and get back into the community to be leading and be the brand of choice again. So just the same content. We want to hear a lot more on product. Product is what's going to matter here and drive the business forward.
What did remind us? Elliott Hill's only been in this position since October of 2024. Remind us what he's already been able to do priorities-wise to attempt to turn the company around. Like, what strategies has he implemented thus far?
So he's back to focusing on sport, right? If you think about Nike and you think about who Nike is, it's a company that was based on performance. It's led by performance, and he's basically pushed the pedal back onto the product, back on driving the business through performance rather than how it looks and feels. Clearly, you want to have the aesthetics right, but at the end of the day, the brand, the product has to perform on the field, on the court. So he's done that. The other thing that he's done is he's really created a balance where, the prior leadership went a little leaned too aggressively into digital and away from wholesale, right? So we saw that move even before he had entered into his role, but I think he's just pushing forward where we're going to be where the customer is. It doesn't matter if it's wholesale, it doesn't matter if it's digital, and they just want to be there, and they want to have the shelf space, they want to have the mind share. So he's really a merchant at heart. And I think that's what Nike needs. Nike needs to make sure that their product is front and center and that they invest in the product, because that is a differentiating factor here.
Well, speaking of the product, there was a column on the Bloomberg by Andrea Felstead who talked about Nike reviving some of their old sneaker models, looking to compete with what Adidas is doing when it comes to some of their retro shoes. I was visiting my daughter at college, and there were a lot of Adidas retro sneakers in her apartment. Is that a good plan in your view?
It's a good plan, but it shouldn't be the only plan, right? So I think we do want to see more Nikes on people's feet when they're just walking around and when they're off the court. And Adidas has done a phenomenal job with their Samba franchise and some others. And I think, Nike also had a decent run with its Air Forces, but it needed more. Right? It kind of had one shoe and then what's next? And I think they are making progress. They are trying to get back into lifestyle, but I think the focus still and should be first sport.
Okay, so that said, athleisure, I know you talked about the Skims partnership and focusing on lifestyle. How are they doing with athleisure? There's so much competition.
They are. There's tons of competition, but Nike is still the leading brand when it comes to athleisure by far across any other competitor that you look at. And I think really it comes back to product again, right? They want to win in women's, they want to win in men. Apparel is a key category when you think about athleisure.
Right.
And it's an area where Nike doesn't have the same lead as it does in footwear. So the gap is narrower and they need to push harder because everyone's in the game when it comes to athleisure.
Poonam, so appreciate it. And Nike shares are up about 5% here in the aftermarket. Right now, we do have to go to the White House. President Trump live there in the East Room. Let's listen in.
Proclamation a few moments ago honoring the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech to the Second Virginia Convention, in which he declared very well-known, very famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death." Has anyone heard the phrase? I think most of you have. And moments ago, I also signed an executive order to dramatically increase production of critical minerals and rare earths. It's a big thing in this country, and as you know, we're also signing agreements in various locations to unlock rare earths and minerals and lots of other things all over the world, but in particular Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine and Russia. And one of the things we are doing is signing a deal very shortly with respect to rare earths with Ukraine, which they have tremendous value in rare earth, and we appreciate that. And we spoke yesterday with, as you know, President Putin and President Zelensky, and we would love to see that come to an end, and I think we're doing pretty well in that regard. So hopefully we could save thousands of people a week from dying. That's what it's all about. They're dying so unnecessarily, and I believe we'll get it done. We'll see what happens, but I believe we'll get it done. Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all. And it sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it. And everybody knows it's right. And the Democrats know it's right, and I hope they're going to be voting for it because ultimately it may come before them. But everybody knows it's right, and we have to get our children educated. We're not doing well with the world of education in this country, and we haven't for a long time. And we're pleased to be joined today by the woman who I chose because she's an extraordinary person, and hopefully she will be our last Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Linda, thank you. Thank you very much. That's another interesting statement. It's an interesting opening, right? But it's true, and it's been amazing how popular this has been. I tell people that this is what I'm doing today, and they say, oh, it's about time. Everybody says it. Republicans and Democrats have said it. They're all saying it. Also with us are some terrific people. Governors Greg Abbott. Greg, thank you very much. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you very much, Ron. Mike Braun, congratulations on your victory, Mike. That was a big one. Mike DeWine, thank you very much, Mike. Jeff Landry. Jeff, thank you very much, Jeff. Bill Lee, thank you. Governors, all governors. Brad Little. Brad, thank you very much. Where are you, Brad? Hi, Brad. Jim Pylan, thank you very much, Jim. And Kim Reynolds. These are all people very interested in education. And I even see Dan Patrick over there, my friend Dan Patrick. We're joined also by Representatives Tim Walberg and Virginia Fox, Rick Allen, Michael Rulli, and again, Dan Patrick. Thank you very much, Dan. You've been a great friend of ours. And State Attorneys General Ken Paxton. Ken, I see you there. Andrew Bailey. Andrew, what a job you've done, Andrew. You have some good cases going. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. And co-founder of Moms for Liberty, Tiffany Justice. She's been a hard worker. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, Tiffany. When President Carter created the Federal Education Department in 1979, it was opposed by members of his own cabinet, as well as the American Federation of Teachers, the New York Times editorial board, and the famed Democrat Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. History has proven them right, absolutely right. After 45 years, the United States spends more money on education by far than any other country, and spends likewise by far more money per pupil than any country, and it's not even close. But yet we rank near the bottom of the list in terms of success. It's an amazing stat. Those are two stats you don't want. The most money spent per pupil, and you're at the bottom of the list. And that's where we are, like it or not. And we've been there for a long time. 70% of 8th graders are not proficient in either reading or in math. 70%. 40% of 4th graders lack even basic reading skills, can't read. Students in our public elementary and middle schools score worse in reading today than when the department opened, by a lot. In Baltimore, 40% of the high schools have 0 students who can do basic mathematics. Not even the very simplest of mathematics. I said, give me your definition of basic, and they're talking about like adding a few numbers together. Despite these breathtaking failures, the department's discretionary budget has exploded by 600% in a very short period of time, and it employs bureaucrats in buildings all over Washington, D.C. And as a former real estate person, I will tell you, I ride through the streets of Washington and it says Department of Education, Department of Education. I said, how do you fill those buildings? It's crazy what's happened over the years. I'm pleased to report that after offering these federal employees 2 generous buyout options, and they were very generous, and they're good people, but they were very generous. My administration has initiated a reduction in force, and we're already cutting numbers that were really surprising to a lot, that we were able to do it so successfully. And we've cut the number of bureaucrats in half. 50% have taken office, which is great. Thank you. Under the action I'm taking today, a small handful of Democrats and others that we have employed for a long time, and there are some Republicans, but not too many, I have to be honest with you. But the department's useful functions, and such as, and they're in charge of them, Pell Grants, Title I funding, resources for children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved, fully preserved. They're all going to be so. If you look at the Pell Grants, it's supposed to be a very good program, Title I funding and resources for children with special disabilities and special needs. They're going to be preserved in full and redistributed to various other agencies and departments that will take very good care of them. And it's very important to Linda, I know, and it's very important to all of us. But beyond these core necessities, my administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down, and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good. We want to return our students to the states, where just some of the governors here are so happy about this. They want education to come back to them, to come back to the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. You know, if you look, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, I have to tell you, I give them a lot of credit. China's top 10. And so we can't now say that bigness is making it impossible to educate, because China is very big. But you have countries that do a very good job in education. And I really believe, like some of the governors here today, from states that run very, very well, including a big state like Texas, but states that run very well are going to have education that will be as good as Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and those top, Finland, those top countries that do so well with education. I think they'll do every bit as well. And what do you think about that, Governor? Do you agree? I think so. Ron, do you agree? I think so. Florida? Iowa? That's right. I really believe that. They'll be as good as any of them. And then you'll have some laggards, and we'll work with them. And we can all tell you who the laggards will be right now, probably, but let's not get into that. But we'll work with them, and we're going to make them, they'll do a job. I think they'll do a job, and they'll go to sections of the state. For instance, New York, you'll have a Manhattan, and you'll have a Suffolk County, and you'll have Nassau County, and you'll have Westchester County. You'll do 4 or 5 or 6 of them. You have upstate New York, and those counties, I think, are going to do very well. And I think ultimately Manhattan should do very well. But we'll break it down into sections, and I think it'll be really, really good. And they're going to be probably the tougher ones, but I think they have a chance to do really well. But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work. And I can tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better. So we look forward to this. I want to just make one little personal statement. Teachers, to me, are among the most important people in this country, and we're going to take care of our teachers. And I don't care if they're in the union or not in the union. That doesn't matter. But we're going to take care of our teachers, and I believe the states will take actually better care of them than they are taken care of right now. They'll work all sorts of systems and even merit systems. Those great teachers are going to be maybe a little bit better rewarded, or maybe that's the way it should be, but the states are going to make that decision. But we're going to love and cherish our teachers along with our children, and they're going to work with the parents, and they're going to work with everybody else, and it's going to be an amazing thing to watch, and it's really going to be something special. And Linda, you're presiding over something that's so important, and you're going to do a fantastic job, just like you have your whole life. I know your whole life I've been watching you. I've been watching you for a long time. She's had nothing but success. So it's tremendous to have you, and hopefully you won't be there too long, but we're going to find something else for you, Linda, okay? So this will conclude what we are talking about with respect to our most cherished group of people, and that's our children. We want to have our children well educated. We want them to love going to school. We have examples of it. Look at those beautiful, bright-eyed faces. They are so smart. They're so smart. And with that, I'm going to come down, and we're going to sign a very important document, and we're going to be on our way. People have wanted to do this for many, many years, for many, many decades. And I don't know, no president ever got around to doing it, but I'm getting around to doing it, so thank you very much.
All right, you've been listening to President Trump, He is live at the East Room at the White House. A couple of things, saying he is planning to sign an order to eliminate the Department of Education. That has certainly been some of the reporting that has been going out, so this was expected, I think, safe to say. Also, I think what's really key is that the president is invoking emergency powers to boost the U.S.'s ability to produce critical minerals and potentially coal as part of a broad effort to ramp up the development of domestic natural resources and make the country less reliant on foreign imports. That's the other thing. And Timmy did also talk about a deal with the U.S. and Ukraine signing a rare earths deal very shortly. Let's see if we can listen in on what the president's saying as he signs. Right, obviously sitting at the desk there in the East Room of the White House signing this. So again, another department and changing, Tim, very significantly of the U.S. government. For those listening on radio, the president again signing these executive orders. I believe that was the action aimed at dismantling the education department. So he is showing it to the audience that is there in the East Room. A bunch of governors, as he called out earlier, Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. And let's see if he's going to take some questions from those who are there. Linda McMahon, Secretary of the Department of Education. The president earlier saying that he expects to find another position for Linda McMahon in his government. But again, the president showing that order, signing that action aimed at dismantling the Department of Education here in the United States. All right, president thanking those who are in the room. It doesn't look like he's going to take any questions walking around the room. All right, that does it for, from the president, just checking to see if he's going to say anything. All right, let's get back to the markets. We did get some earnings after the closing bell. For that, let's turn things over to Charlie Pellett.
All right, I thank you very much. Lots going on after the close of trading. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. A slew of earnings after the close of trading. FedEx shares trading lower after earnings. It did lower its full-year profit outlook for a third consecutive quarter as mounting economic uncertainty adds to sputtering demand, already squeezing the parcel company's bottom line. Lee Glasgow follows the company for Bloomberg Intelligence. He is awaiting the conference call from FedEx.
You know, what I want to know is, how is the restructuring program going? They have a lot of productivity initiatives. They're kind of dealing with the fact that they walked away from the U.S. postal business because it was low margin business for them. And, they're restructuring their air network. They're restructuring their ground and express businesses.
Bloomberg's Lee Glasgow interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Also after the close of trading, Micron Technology. It is the largest American maker of computer memory chips. It gave a strong sales forecast for the current quarter, bolstered by demand for artificial intelligence products. And Nike reported revenue for the third quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. After hours, we got Nike shares advancing. Nike reporting third quarter revenue of $11.27 billion, estimates $11.03 billion. New York has been given a 30-day extension, or the Trump administration giving New York a 30-day extension to end its congestion pricing program, which the state and MTA have refused to comply with. Stocks lower, S&P today down 12, drop there of 0.2%. The Dow, little changed on the day, choppy session down 11. NASDAQ was down 59, down 0.3 with a 10-year, 4.23%. Spot gold today, 3,045, down 0.1%. Crude up 1.6%, 68.26 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellett. Well, as Carol just mentioned, the president did sign an executive action aimed at closing the education department. You're going to get much more coverage on that, on Balance of Power, starting at 5 p.m. Wall Street time with Joe Matthew a little later in the day. In the meantime, there's perhaps no greater mystery in the world of cryptocurrency than the identity of one Satoshi Nakamoto. Is it one? Is it a man? Is it a woman? Is it even a person? That's because Satoshi Nakamoto is widely seen as the creator of Bitcoin, and it's thought that his or her, their Bitcoin wallet contains up to 1.1 million coins, which, yes, could be worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 billion. Benjamin Wallace may have found some answers. He's been looking for Satoshi all the way back to 2011. And he's the author of a new book, The Mysterious Mr. Nakamoto, a 15-year quest to unmask the secret genius behind crypto. Benjamin, also the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Billionaire's Vinegar, and he's written for New York, Vanity Fair, Wired, and more. He joins us from New Jersey. So, did you find Satoshi Nakamoto, Benjamin?
Well, thanks for having me. Did I find Satoshi? I found many Satoshis. I don't land on a mathematical proof of a single name that you can point to, but I explore a lot of candidates very thoroughly, and I think you finish the book able to draw your own conclusions. And I look at the group possibility, I look at the possibility that it came out of the NSA, I look at the possibility that it could be, you know, an old sort of cryptographer from the 90s or someone much newer on the scene who no one's ever heard of.
Which one do you think it is of all of those?
This is going to be unsatisfying, but I really there's a few maybe favored theories, and one of them is a beloved, no longer with us cypherpunk, as they called them, named Hal Finney, who was the very first person to transact with Satoshi Nakamoto on the Bitcoin network. Another is an obscure cypherpunk who is sort of a recluse who lives in Australia, who has not been focused on previously, and who, unlike Hal Finney, is sort of on the other end of the spectrum in terms of likability, let's say. So he would be kind of a shocking Satoshi because he's not the benevolent god that Bitcoiners like to imagine Satoshi must be.
That would be James A. Donald.
That would be James A. Donald, exactly.
Do you think that Satoshi is an individual, or do you think Satoshi's a group?
I think that if Satoshi is a group, then that would actually point towards potentially an intelligence organization being the source of Bitcoin, because outside of intelligence organizations, where obviously groups hold secrets all the time that do not leak, outside of those agencies, it's almost impossible for group secrets to remain secret. And, you know, 17 years after Satoshi Nakamoto first came on the scene and announced Bitcoin, no one has come forward to say, oh yeah, my ex-husband invented it, or my ex-business partner invented it, or my estranged sibling invented it. And there's just, I find it very unlikely that a group could hold the secret.
Okay, so this may be blasphemous, but or blasphemy. Why does it matter that we figure out, Benjamin, his identity?
Well, no, what you're saying is the opposite of blasphemy. My saying it matters is the blasphemy. Like, Bitcoiners will tell you that the world should not know who Satoshi Nakamoto is. I have two answers to that. One is that I think we've all seen recently how the richest person in the world can affect a lot of people's lives other than themselves. And Satoshi Nakamoto right now, with 1.1 million Bitcoins, would be in the 20 richest people in the world. And Bitcoin would only have to go up, by a multiple of 2 or 3 to suddenly make Satoshi Nakamoto the richest person in the world. So that's one reason. The other reason is, until we know definitively who Satoshi Nakamoto is and what their agenda and intentions are, we cannot assume that they are, ones that everyone would like. Let's say it turned out that Satoshi Nakamoto is a plan by the Chinese Communist Party to destabilize the dollar. Should we just leave them alone and defer to their wish for anonymity?
Can you remind everybody why the origin of Bitcoin is associated with Satoshi?
Sure. So the way Bitcoin was first announced was on this kind of obscure cryptography listserv or message board by someone using the name Satoshi Nakamoto. And on that message board, no one had ever heard this name, but they just assumed it was someone they'd never heard of, or it was an internet alias. And then eventually that same person or alias launched the Bitcoin software onto the internet.
It's just kind of interesting. Tim and I have so many interviews on the world of crypto, and people so convinced that this is the way forward. And yet there's just so many questions. And I think part of the mystique, right, of digital currencies is that there is this mystique that we don't necessarily who started it. And, it's kind of outside the traditional financial infrastructure. How do you see, since you started writing in Wired, your first feature on Bitcoin, 2011, many years ago now at this point, how do you think about the digital world, the digital currency world today?
Sure. Well, first, I would also say the anonymity or pseudonymity and unknownness of Satoshi, I think, has been an incredible marketing coup for Bitcoin, because it's very on brand. The whole idea that Bitcoin has no leader fits perfectly with the idea that we don't know who the leader is. the crypto world in general and the digital currency world in general today, I think of as quite far removed from where it started. I mean, it began as a sort of libertarian-friendly project just with Bitcoin. Now there are something like according to Coinbase, over 11,000 different cryptocurrencies. Obviously, crypto broadly has a fairly checkered reputation because of all the scamminess over the years with some of the, especially the non-Bitcoin cryptocurrencies. But I continue to think it's an extremely fascinating and promising technology that may just not have found its killer use case yet. I mean, AI started in the 1950s. For decades, people assumed since nothing has happened with it yet, nothing is going to happen with it that is consequential. And obviously, we now know AI is extremely consequential. And I think it's entirely possible something similar could happen with Bitcoin and crypto.
All right, we unfortunately have to leave it there, but Benjamin, we hope you'll come back real soon so that we can continue this conversation, because it's really a fascinating one, and your take on it in particular. Benjamin Wallace, thank you. His new book is The Mysterious Mr. Nakamoto, a 15-year quest to unmask the secret genius behind crypto, joining us there in New Jersey. All right, right now, though, watching the markets and certainly watching some of the stories after the closing bell. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. And with that, here's Bloomberg News equities reporter Bailey Lipschultz with Thursday's stock movers. Where shall we begin, Bailey?
You want to start with the Accenture, maybe? A little bit of calling out some Doge cuts underperforming this morning and throughout the day after really talking down their forward-looking expectations and how the government really trying to tighten spending. Elon Musk going in there and cutting jobs and forcing people to justify why they're working and why, if you're a consultant, you actually are going to get paid. That's something that the management team really sounded the alarm on. Some analysts, maybe a bit more bullish, are saying this is kind of the tone we've seen and heard for, call it, 3 or 4 weeks from the company and from the industry. But one of the worst performers in the S&P 500, worst day since March of 2024, closing at the lowest level since sometime last year. So really seeing investors kind of look and say, now that I think about it and what's been a choppy day, choppy market, maybe we avoid a company that is talking down their forward-looking expectations. And that's really been one of the trends from a broader perspective that we've been keeping an eye on so far as we wind through the final stragglers of earnings season and get ready for, don't say it too loudly, big bank earnings in about 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I can't believe we're already there, Carol. End of this quarter, so we're going to start to hear soon. But we're still hearing from some companies. Interesting, Bailey, to also see companies talk about the effects of Doge and government cost cutting. You've also got your eye on the restaurant space today. What's happening there?
Darden brands trading at one point on pace for looking like what would be an all-time high. This is the owner of Texas Roadhouse, the owner of Olive Garden, really beating expectations. And guys, I thought it was quite interesting that Uber Eats is a big driver of why they're bullish on the outlook, why they had a strong quarter, really rolling that out, that being one of the growth levers that the company can pull. So I don't know about you, I personally wouldn't really get pasta to go to be delivered, nor would I do that with a steak. But looking at the earnings, beating expectations, talking up their ability to expand margins, that partnership with Uber, potentially continuing to be accretive for the company. And another thing that analysts really called out was kind of the broader offerings that they're rolling out at their restaurants. Those are the two most well-known franchises, and they've really been ramping up what they can bring to a consumer that, broadly speaking, is still feeling quite a pinch here in the U.S.
All right, and there's another name. Is it QXO that you have on kind of your watch list?
QXO, Beacon Roofing. QXO announcing that they have agreed to acquire Beacon. So this is a saga that started earlier this year. QXO is Brad Jacobs' kind of roll-up machine, if you will. He kind of created a company with the goal of raising money to buy companies in kind of the supply chain, housing management, if you will, to roll them up and be more efficient, saying that the supply chain is weak. They're finally going to acquire Beacon at about $11 billion total price tag. This is, again, a deal that we've been talking about for a couple months at this point. Would it have to go the hostile route? How could Beacon protect itself if it wanted to? And it does seem like they actually have the boards aligned. Reading through some of the filings, this is a company that was approached back in November. So when we saw the initial announcement laid out, Beacon basically said they were getting taken advantage of, for being in a choppy backdrop from a market perspective with the uncertainty around tariffs. Well, they changed their tune. They're agreeing to that deal. Both shares closing in the green. It does seem like a kind of saga that we were worried could linger on for quite some time is going to be wrapped up pretty efficiently.
All right, Bailey Lipschultz covers equities for Bloomberg News with today's stock movers. Thanks so much, Bailey. Do appreciate it. Hey, I want to get back to one of the big stories that we've been following, and it has to do, of course, with the president signing an executive order to largely dismantle the education department. We brought his comments to you live, but this was an organization, or is an organization, that was created by Congress and tasked with sweeping responsibilities that involve billions in funds that impact millions of American students. For more, we bring in Laura Davison. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Laura, can the president, with a stroke of a pen, dismantle a department that was created by Congress?
He can set the motions in progress, but he can't actually dismantle the department. He will need Congress for that, but he is basically directing Linda McMahon, who's the secretary of the department, to do everything that she can to sort of start taking down the pieces brick by brick. Last week, they already announced they were going to lay off about half of the staff. There was about 4,000 employees, about 2,000 people. They're down now. But there's a lot of questions about what actually will happen to some of the functions of the education department that will continue. Things like Pell Grants, those are scholarships for low-income students. Also, they manage the entire student loan portfolio. There's also programs for low-income students, K-12 students, and students with disabilities. So Trump has said that some of these may be shifted to other organizations, or there may be sort of a core group that stays at the education department, but all of that has to be sketched out and largely will be with the input of Congress.
Laura, what do we know about, what the president said, that there are people, both Republicans and Democrats, who both have been wondering what the Department of Education does and maybe agree with him about dismantling it makes sense. That was certainly some of the commentary around that we just got from the East Room at the White House, where he signed that order. Is that true? Has it been a department that has some history where members on both sides of the political aisle have wondered about its significance and use?
There has been talk for decades about potentially unwinding the Department of Education. This is largely something that conservatives have talked about. But as sort of school choice, parental control, local control issues really became a topic of conversation coming out of the pandemic, parents were expressing concern that they wanted to have more direct control over their students' education. This is something that has gained some interest from more moderates, or even some more left-leaning parents. But largely, this has been a really Republican-driven issue.
The president mentioned students with disabilities. He mentioned Pell Grants. The Department of Education responsible for administering Pell Grants, which a very large portion of Americans receive who do choose to go enroll in community college or college. What happens to those if there's no more Department of Education? What happens to funding for students with disabilities around the country?
It's really not clear. Trump, in his remarks earlier at the White House today, said that he wants to keep what he calls, quote, useful programs. So he, named both of those as programs that he wanted to keep. But who administers them, where they'll be housed, what the funding for those will look like is really all in question. Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said earlier today that the Department of Education would continue to administer both Pell Grants and student loans. But Trump today suggested that those could be shifted. In the past, he suggested that they could go to the Small Business Administration, to the Treasury Department, maybe even the Commerce Department. He said similar things today, that they would move around some of these programs. But this is really all sort of up in the air, and that is all not detailed in the executive order that he signed today.
Yeah, as Carol always says, the devil is in the details, and we'll certainly wait to see those. Laura, help me understand. I mean, I'm a parent of a kid in a public elementary school in New York City. It does seem like a lot of what he does is based on a state curriculum. So apart from Pell Grants and apart from some of the federal programs, help me out here. What does the Department of Education do?
So So they are in charge of a lot of the programs for low-income students as well as for students with disabilities. A lot of that is regulated and done and funded on a federal level. And this is one of the things that advocates for the department say, that people don't really realize what is happening at the federal level versus what's happening at the state level. And particularly in red states where you do have some low-income communities, that people are going to suddenly realize, oh, this was funding that we relied on for our school district, and now that is either in jeopardy or could be going away, and that potentially could have some backlash later when people sort of realize what it actually means to dismantle the education department.
So it kind of puts the onus back on the states, right, for some of these special programs, perhaps in school systems, that it's up to them to determine the funding for it, whether it comes from government money, state money, or whether it comes from some kind of private sector. But it does sound like this is tossed back to the states, correct?
Yes, and there are certain things here that may stay at the federal level. They may be done out of other departments, but this does put more pressure on the states, both just on an administrative side to continue some of these programs, as well as from a funding perspective. And that's, of course, a lot of states are not happy to hear that they may need to come out of more money out of their state budgets for this. This is something that Trump has talked about also with FEMA, for example, of that he wants to redirect sort of this emergency response, send that back more to the states. But of course, when there's a disaster, or when people may realize that there's funding in their schools that they relied on, there is a little bit of like, oh wait, the federal government should be doing something. We want to see more response from the federal government. So this is a political challenge, both as well as a practical one, that the administration will have to figure out in the coming days, weeks, and months ahead.
All right. Certainly, we expect we'll hear a little bit more. We'll see what the 24-hour news cycle and the next day will hold for us. Laura, thank you so much. Bloomberg News politics editor Laura Davison joining us from our news bureau in Washington, D.C. This is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. The most read, though, has to do with the president planning to expand critical mineral production using wartime powers. So you can certainly head to the Bloomberg or Bloomberg.com for the latest on that. I just think, Tim, we should remind everybody, we still got some big earnings reports. FedEx down about 5% here in the aftermarket. We did see the company, in terms of outlook, some disappointment there. The profit outlook cutting it again at the company amid mounting economic woes. So there was certainly that one that's front and center.
Yeah, Nike also moving in the after hours higher right now by about 2% as we speak. The company did report sales that beat estimates. It's the new CEO, Elliott Hill's first full quarter as CEO. He joined the company late last year.
Got one more for everybody. Micron's up about 4.2% here in the aftermarket. Micron coming out giving an upbeat sales forecast, talking about demand for artificial intelligence products. So again, that is certainly at play. And so we are seeing a few names moving here in the aftermarket. All right, that's going to do it for Tim and me. Just a reminder, we did see the S&P finish down about 12 points, the Dow down about 11 points, and the NASDAQ down about 60. For Tim Stanovic and Carol Masser, myself, have a good and safe evening. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide. Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew. President Trump taking executive action to wind down the Department of Education.
And it sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it, and everybody knows it's right.
The agency will continue to run student loans and Pell Grants, the White House says. We'll discuss the implications of all this with former Health Secretary and University President Donna Shalala. Big oil converges on the White House with hopes this week of speeding the permitting process. Energy Secretary Chris Wright joins us to talk about cutting red tape, lowering prices, and refilling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And as more Republican members of Congress face angry voters at town hall meetings at home, We'll explore the impact of Doge cuts with Democratic Congresswoman Susan Del Bene and with Sarah Chamberlain, president of the Main Street Republican Partnership. Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. With me here in Washington tonight is Bloomberg's Texas Bureau Chief, Julie Fine. It's great to have you in Washington. Thanks for coming along for the ride.
Thanks for having me, Joe, and what a busy day you've had.
Well, it's same for you. It's been a busy day at the White House, and that is where we start first, Julie. Breaking news from the White House, where President Trump just reintroduced the prospect of a minerals deal with Ukraine.
We're also signing agreements in various locations to unlock rare earths and minerals and lots of other things all over the world, but in particular Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine and Russia, and one of the things we are doing is signing a deal very shortly with respect to rare earths with Ukraine, which they have tremendous value in rare earth, and we appreciate that.
This, of course, follows a Truth Social post we told you about yesterday. President Trump following his call with President Zelensky that made no reference to a minerals deal, rather a possible U.S. investment in Ukrainian power plants, including nuclear plants. We're going to talk about both of these ideas coming up a bit later this hour, as we mentioned, with Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Meantime, at the White House, and just moments ago, in front of the flags of all 50 states and a group of school children in the East Room, the president signed an executive order that he says will dismantle the Department of Education.
We're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work.
This is where we start this evening with Kate Ackley of Bloomberg Government with us at the table. Kate, it's great to have you with us here. This is really happening, but is it happening? The president promised to eliminate the department. This appears to just be a dramatic scaling down.
Right. It seems from all of our reporting, and even the administration seems to acknowledge that it would take Congress, which, created the Department of Education, that it would take an act of Congress to abolish it. So we may be talking about sort of distinctions or, definitions. In reality, much of what the Department of Education does, they've already let go of half of the employees there through executive action, and these are just additional executive actions to roll back the functions of the department.
I mean, this cannot be a surprise. This is a president who ran saying, hey, I'm going to do this. So have groups that are against it, Democrats, people concerned about what happens next. Have they already been preparing, and what are their next steps?
They've been preparing. I think, though, when we've seen all of this across the board with the Doge cuts, the president did run on eliminating the education department and all of these, cuts to the federal government. But he's taken this, and along with Elon Musk, in a much, I would say, bolder direction than even people had predicted. I talked recently